This is Mission Control, Houston. 1 day, 23 hours, 59 minutes mission elapsed time. The crew's been given a go to begin an operation to bring signal through the tracking and data relay satellite east.
Discovery Houston, 2 minutes till LOS Tidris East. We'll pick you up on the west at about 2340, and we anticipate we'll be able to give you a go for share power up shortly after Tidris West.
Okay, we'll see you then.
Discovery Houston with you now through Tidris West, and I got a flight note for you on your PCS config.
Go ahead.
Yeah, I think we misspoke earlier in the day when you asked a question about the O2 reg inlet systems, both valves being open. You were ahead of us. There was a 482 processed, and the O2 reg inlet system 1 should be closed on MO10W, and you go to do that.
Okay, we'll put that in work. That's complete.
Discovery Houston, and for share, your go for power up at this time.
Okay, putting share power up in work at this time. And Houston, ready to talk to you about the tags when you're ready to listen.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay, this turned out to be an easy one. I went in and worked the MAL 2.8 Alpha, blocks 1, 2, 9, and 12, and we're back in business. The one piece that was in there that apparently was responsible for the jam doesn't look crumpled or anything like that. It was just had some dark emulsion on the end of it, and that must have set a software byte.
Okay, thanks a lot. Good work.
Okay, and heater 1 is on at 1 day, 23 hours, 42 minutes.
Copy, 1:23:42. Discovery Houston, we need you to power off the share heater immediately.
Okay, it's off now.
Okay, thanks. They're not seeing what they expect to see, and that's why we had to have you turn it off right away.
Okay, understand.
And Discovery Houston, for share, what the payload people saw was what they thought to be the formation of a bubble. They thought if they turned the heater off, that would discontinue that formation.
Okay.
Mission Control, Houston, Discovery now over Australia on this orbit. Crew was given the go to power up the share experiment as they came up over the hill here. Share's had some problems earlier in the flight. The history of it is that when the first data take ran for share, and that was initiated by turning on heater number 1.
Discovery Houston, for Bob, we'd like, if possible, for you to mark or annotate in some way that page that you found that caused the jam, plus the 3 additional pages that you advanced through the tags in Block 12.
Okay, that's already done.
Yeah, thanks a lot. We'll take a look on it when you guys get back.
Mission Control, that transmission concerned the in-flight maintenance procedure underway that Bob Springer is working on. He's clearing some paper jams from the text and graphics system, and the request was that he mark those pages that he pulled out of there so that they could be looked at by experts on the ground once the vehicle lands, and he's already done so, one step ahead. Meanwhile, with share, to give you a little history on that, when it was turned on and the first data take was initiated, that was done by turning on heater number 1. When that took place, one of the 6 parallel legs of the evaporator in that system dried out and the heater was turned off. After several minutes, the evaporator had cooled down and the heat pipe was reprimed. Startup was again attempted and the evaporator dried a second time. It is theoried that the Flight Day 1 activities with cold attitudes used on that day, cold relative to share, that is. We did a teeter's deploy and had several alignment attitudes that we were in. Theory is that all of that could have caused vapor bubbles to form in the liquid artery of the heat pipe. When the experiment was powered on, the bubbles may have been swept into one or more vapor legs, thereby restricting the liquid fed to the wall of the vapor channel. This is thought to have caused the wall grooves to dry out and the evaporator temperature to rise. Continued operation under that type of load is not possible. Therefore, the first data take was not successful. In the meantime, analysis seems to conclude that activities during Flight Day 2 are thought to have vented any of the vapor bubbles remaining in the liquid arteries, and so therefore we are powering up share here, and we'll see how that runs. This is Mission Control, Houston. 1 day, 23 hours, 59 minutes mission elapsed time. The crew's been given a go to begin an operation to bring the cryogenic hydrogen tank number 3 back online. The thinking since yesterday has evolved significantly. A lot of the data reduction showed that the signatures on that tank were very similar to some of the things that had been seen on STS-29, same vehicle, same tank set. And that added a great deal to the understanding and the digestion of all of these different pieces of data by the engineering community. The plan, in simple terms, is simply to turn on the A heater on that tank and run that for a while and see if the performance of the contents of the tank is as expected. If so, we'll press on and keep drawing the consumables out of that tank. The thinking is that it was not a hardware problem within that tank, within the operating of that tank, but rather a thermal cycling problem, or perhaps a sticky check valve. But the view of the experts is either scenario does not present any kind of unsafe operating condition, and so they're going to press ahead with it. The plan would be to draw the consumables in a balanced type of way from all 3 tanks. That's the normal operating procedure. The impact, of course, would be that there would be no need to choose to lessen the flight by 1 day. And assuming this works well, the plan would be to stick to the normal mission timeline and land Saturday morning.
Discovery Houston.
Go ahead, Houston.
Okay, we got some words for you on your H2 Tank 3. The ECOMs and all the folks down here have been working at it real hard, and one of the things they've noted is that we had a similar signature on STS-26 that we saw down here, which indicates the possibility of either a sticky check valve or a thermal oscillation between the tank and manifold. They've done quite a bit of analysis, and they believe we're ready to go ahead and activate one of the heaters, and we believe it should operate normally. So you are go at this time on panel R1 to take H2 Tank 3 heater alpha to auto. Once you've done that, if you get an alarm for high tank pressure or manifold pressure, we want you to deactivate the heater. The manifold pressure is not normally high limit sense, but we have sent up a Timbu to high limit sense the manifold pressure at 280.
Okay, we understand the rationale, and A auto is now configured for tank 3.
Okay, and we show it on. Discovery Houston for the IMAX, folks.
Go ahead.
Which I guess means everybody should listen up since all of you have to take part in this. IMAX has voiced in a change on Rev 33 coming up on this Florida pass. We'd like to change the Miami shot using the 100 millimeter lens to a shot of the state of Florida using the 40 millimeter lens in the mapping mode. Take a shot as the orbit crosses the state, and the change is due to the clear weather that we observed on the last pass through the video you provided us.
Okay, we'll put that in work.
This is Mission Control Houston, 2 days, 0 hours, 8 minutes, mission elapsed time, Discovery passing within range of the Hawaii tracking station, although we're talking to her over Tidris West. She's over the Pacific Ocean. As she passes over the states on this rev, she'll be heading across the state of Florida. A couple of different opportunities exist there. One, they'll be looking to see if they can get any Earth photography using the 70 and 35 millimeter still cameras on the orbiter to get a shot of the Everglades and see if there's any evidence of burn scars from the fires in that area this past winter. And they've also just been asked by the IMAX people to change their planning a little bit. Rather than focusing in on Miami, they'd like to widen the shot and in the mapping mode get a view of the state of Florida as Discovery crosses the Florida Peninsula. And that's due to the really spectacular view we had of the state on the last rev and the clear weather we saw. After crossing over the state of Florida and out into the Atlantic Ocean, Discovery will next cross land over the southern part of Africa. One of the things they'll be looking for then is a view of the Limpopo River Basin, where there have recently been some drought-breaking floods. That should be in about 40 to 50 minutes they'll make that landfall. Also, thus far, on a fairly active pass across the face of the Earth, the crew has been given a go to power up share. They've been given a go to begin using the procedures in place to reactivate hydrogen cryogenic tank number 3. And they're also doing quite a bit with IMAX. They're working on the text and graphics system. They've just completed a in-flight maintenance procedure on the Chromex experiment, and it's been a rather busy morning. This is Mission Control Houston at 2 days, 0 hours, 22 minutes. We're taking some unscheduled television from Discovery as the vehicle approaches the coast of Mexico for another pass across the southwestern part of the United States, Mexico, Gulf of Mexico, and Florida. Peeking through the cloud cover there, looks to be Baja California or perhaps the Gulf of California as Discovery passes over the coastline.
Discovery Houston, we've sent up another tags message to you, and before we send up any more, we'd like you to check it, make sure it didn't jam, and also have some words on your CRT1 byte problem when you're ready.
Okay, we copy that. Stand by on the CRT for a second. Okay, Pierre, let's hear about CRT1.
Okay, Mike, from looking at the data, what it appears possibly happened was the keystrokes were entered rapidly enough that the computer took it as an invalid set of keystrokes and initiated the CRT byte and the poll fail. And this is a known problem, and there's a user note on it, and we believe that's, or at least the symptoms appear to be, that's what caused that.
Okay, so I'm faster than the computer is, huh?
That's right. I guess you'll just have to slow those fingers down, and so the bottom line is CRT1's fine.
Okay, that's good news.
Yeah, I've just been advised you need to stick to the human mil-spec limit on keystrokes.
I'll probably hear about that.
This Mission Control Houston, Mexico rolling past. We can see the Pacific coastline and the coastline on the Gulf of Mexico, passing out over the Gulf of Mexico now.
Houston, beautiful day down there.
Yeah, we're trying to find ourselves, but we're not having much luck. If you could help us out.
Looks very pretty from here.
Mission Control, Discovery now passing 172.5 miles above the state of Florida. In this shot, we can see with one view the Tampa Bay area, Lake Okeechobee, Miami, and just a hint of Orlando and the Kennedy Space Center area.
And Houston, Discovery for IMAX.
Go ahead, they're listening.
Yes, we got 300 feet going across the whole state. It really looked pretty.
Okay, we copy. 300 feet. Thanks.
They had a good idea.
Okay, we'll pass that to him, John.
This Mission Control, Houston, we're handing over between the Tigris West and East satellites.
Discovery Houston, we just completed the first cycle on the Tank 3 Alpha heater. Everything looked nominal.
Okay, Pierre, that's good news.
Okay, Mike, and we got the word for Jim, the Marine. He asked about the Namib Desert shot, and we've checked that, and we believe it'll be dark there, and that's why they canceled it. So it'll be nighttime there, and that's why, or getting darker on Rev 34, and they don't want you to try to use the IMAX for that.
Okay, understand. Houston, Discovery.
Go ahead.
Okay, regarding your last comments on IMAX, we just want to remind you that the Marines are ready to do their mission day or night.
Okay, we understand. We'll ask IMAX to reevaluate.
And as long as this is not David that I'm talking to, we'll tell you that we got our last batch of tag stuff and it looked good.
Okay, thanks, Bob.
And we take that as a good shot from both of you.
We thought you'd appreciate that.
This is Mission Control, Houston. Discussed with the commander, Mike Coates, on last couple of transmissions was the word that the first cycle on the A heater for the cryogenic hydrogen tank in number 3 that had given us problems yesterday. First use of the heater was successful. All of the numbers that fell out of the sky based on that looked good. The electrical and environmental systems people are optimistic about that. They believe those are good signatures that they're seeing. And so we'll watch a little bit more before declaring that tank operational, but everything looks good at this point. Meanwhile, next television event from NASA will be the replay of this most recent pass across the Mexico, southern U.S., Florida areas. That took place on orbit 33, and the replay will be in color for all of our satellite users. It'll take place at a mission elapsed time of 2 days, 0 hours, 43 minutes, or about
Discovery Houston,
9:40 Central Standard
would
Time.
like you to again proceed with the power up, and you can do that where the flight plan calls for the power down, and that's in about 2 minutes.
Okay, you want to do the power up in about 2 minutes.
That's firm. Discovery Houston, we just got some new words. They want you to delay that power up, and we'll talk to them and get back to you.
Okay, we'll just wait for your call.
This is Mission Control, Houston, back with you live at 2 days, 0 hours, 56 minutes. We've just concluded a playback of a downlink from Discovery, some views of the Earth as we passed over Mexico, Gulf of Mexico, and Florida. Discovery is now about to pass over the coast of Africa. They'll be looking now in the southern tip of the continent. toward the Limpopo River Basin for some evidence of flooding in that area that to many experts would seem to indicate that the droughts are easing in that part of the world. Also, just a status report on where we stand with cryogenic hydrogen tank number 3. The first heater cycle, as we reported, looked very good. All indications are encouraging. They'll continue to watch the operation of the tank for the rest of the day. And in the meantime, we are drawing liquid hydrogen out of that tank and feeding all 3 fuel cells. And everybody seems very encouraged by the results thus far. 2 days, 0 hours, 57 minutes. This is Mission Control, Houston.
Discovery Houston, 2 minutes till LOS Tidris East. We'll pick you up on the west at 1 plus 15. And the tank 3 heaters are looking real good, cycling very nicely.
Okay, that's good news here. Thank you.
It's Mission Control Houston, standing by for a loss of signal through the tracking and data relay satellite. That call from Capcom Pierre Thuit to Commander Mike Coates, simply that the heaters on cryogenic hydrogen tank number 3, the heater cycling there continues to look real good. We're still drawing cryogenic hydrogen out of that tank, feeding the fuel cells, and all looks good. This is Mission Control Houston. This is Mission Control Houston, acquisition
Discovery
through
Houston
Tidris.
with you now through Tidris West.
Roger, have you loud and clear through Tidris West.
Okay, reading you the same.
As work continues aboard Discovery on this orbit, one of the viewing opportunities the crew will be looking for as they come up over the equator and hit Rev 34 will be a pass down the Caribbean, and they should have a good view of Jamaica. The hope is they may be able to document any damage still visible from space due to Hurricane Gilbert last September. Also, the news is still very encouraging on the performance of cryogenic hydrogen tank 3 and the contents of that tank, which are now being used to feed fuel cells aboard the orbiter. Although that tank has not been fully certified as completely healthy, that's just a function of the conservatism of the people on the ground who want to watch the data for a while. If it should continue to operate normally, of course, the plan would be to press on with the mission timeline, and there would be no need to land a day early, so they'd land Saturday morning should everything continue to look good. Mission Control Houston, 2 days, 1 hour, 20 minutes mission elapsed time. Discovery is about to come within visual proximity of the coast of Australia, although for a bit now she'll skirt across the northern tip of the west side of the island and of the island continent. And meanwhile, tank 3, heater A, has just come on as part of the automatic cycling of the system, so everything's still working well there.
And Houston Discovery.
Go ahead.
Yeah, Dr. Major Bajan here has got some VTR of some of his medical DSOs that we've been doing whenever you want to dump VTR.
Okay, Mike, we're going to look for when we have blockage, and we'll get back to you when we're clear of blockage.
Okay.
Discovery Houston.
Go ahead, Pierre.
Okay, when you guys turn on the RJDs for your RCS AMOS test, due to what we're seeing on the H2 tank, we're going to have you just leave those on. And also when you get ready to do your RCS trickle current test and you go in the SSR and it has you transition to OPS 8, we want you to turn MMU2 back on, and you can also leave that on.
Okay, we'll do it.
Mission Control Houston, a lot of acronyms in that last transmission. RJDs are thrusters. They'll be used, see if the folks doing the Amos test in Hawaii can see them. And as part of the confidence that's building in the cryogenic hydrogen tank 3 scenario, and the consumables that are now flowing in renewed fashion into the system that feeds the fuel cells, Mission Control is going to let the crew keep those thrusters activated. They are part of a series of pieces of equipment that were pulled down yesterday in a power down to those thrusters were powered down yesterday as part of the power down to compensate for the tank problem, and also as part of the maneuvers that they'll be doing to support a couple of different payloads here in the next rev. They'll be transitioning to Ops 8. That's a part of the computer programming aboard the orbiter. And when they do that, Mission Control is also going to let them keep mass memory unit number 2 up and running. That had been powered down. Later in the morning, we may also bring up inertial measurement unit number 2, and those will begin drawing current off of the fuel cells.
Discovery Houston for share.
Go ahead.
Okay, after we start the Amos test, we're going to do some more share stuff, and what we want to do is 20 minutes after the last Amos RCS burn, we want to begin normal share power-up as contained in the flight plan and the payload ops checklist. And again, I guess we'll need you to be careful or be standing by on our call to turn it off, turn the heaters off if we see dry out occurring, and that'll be our ground call. And then 2 1/4 hours after power up, we want you to begin normal power down per the procedure. And the reason for all this is that our tests yesterday and earlier today have indicated that several non-condensable gas bubbles have formed in the evaporator liquid channel, and we believe that the Amos RCS burn may mix up the share non-condensable gas and vapor, which will allow normal priming of the heat pipe and allow normal operation to begin.
Okay, we understand.
Okay, and let me just clarify, the power down should begin 2 1/4 hours from the beginning of power up.
Okay, we'll power down 2 1/4 hours after we power it up, and we'll be standing by when we power it up in case we have to power it down right away.
Okay, and I guess the share people were pretty critical. They want the 2 1/4 hours to be from the initiation of the power up procedures.
Yeah, we'll set a timer and make sure we get it.
Okay, thanks, Mike. And what this also means is that the RCS R1U trickle current test that we plan to do at MBT at 2 hours, we may have to slide that.
Okay, we'll hold off on that R1U trickle current test until you tell us.
That's firm.
Mission Control Houston, Discovery about to pass over the area of Hawaii where they'll be doing another Amos test. Amos stands for Air Force Maui Optical Sight. It's a calibration test of a optical sighting sensor. The purpose is to collect imagery and signature data of the orbiter under controlled conditions and to allow the study of plume phenomena. The customer, the U.S. Air Force Space Division. Some of the things they're doing on this series of tests include RCS burns, reaction control system burns, and indeed that's what we're going to be doing as we pass over Hawaii here. And some of the acronyms you've heard relate to all of that. The RJDs are thrusters that are being powered up to fire, and see if the Maui optical site can obtain some imagery of that. And as part of the growing confidence in the H2 Tank 3 Heater Alpha scenario, the RJDs will be kept powered up following this test. The trickle test they're talking about for R1U is simply a test to apply some voltage to a thruster that failed on flight day 1 shortly after ascent. And the data processing systems officer reports that the digital autopilot settings for this test of the RJDs in support of Amos is in good shape. Mission Control Propulsion Systems Officer reports that from the orbiter side of the house, the performance of the RJD thrusters looked good. Still standing by for any word from the Amos folks on how the experiment worked at their end. Mission Control Houston, 2 days, 1 hour, 52 minutes. JSC transmission of NASA Select is going to be interrupted shortly. Broadcasting through the procedures in place so far this morning will resume at 11:20 a.m. Central Standard Time. The next transmission may be non-standard. This is Mission Control. That unscheduled shuttle television that's going to comprise our next transmission, which will be non-standard, is upcoming. Orbit 33, MET 2:01:55 or 10:52 a.m. Central Standard Time.
Discovery Houston, we've handed down to Vandenberg, and then about 2 minutes after the hour, we'll hand over to Teeters East.
Discovery, roger.
And Discovery also, we've got good KU on the eastern Teeters now, and you can send us your playback anytime.
Okay, I'll ask Jim to get ready. And Houston Discovery, we're ready to commence playback as soon as you're getting it.
Okay, we're ready. Go for it.
All right. I'll just give you a little running commentary of what we're doing. Here it's Mike and I this morning. And I guess you're getting us now, right, Pierre? You seeing our downlink now?
That's firm. We got it now.
Okay. This is when we're doing the medical DSOs this morning. We do that in the aft mid-deck. And Mike and I were doing it at this point. Here you can see it's kind of a do-it-yourself proposition. Mike's getting his own blood pressure cuff out and on. As Jim Buckley just pointed out, it's cheaper to do it that way. It might be a new trend in medicine in general. Anyway, the purpose of this DSO is the transcranial Doppler, which measures cerebral blood flow. What we're doing is we're measuring blood flow in the brain. One of the things they think might add to some of the problems that we see with space adaptation could be changes in blood flow due to the fluid shifts that occur when one goes into a weightless environment. So what we do by this experiment is we have an ultrasound probe, which is a lot like a sonar piece of equipment, and it measures the velocity of the red blood cells in selected arteries in the brain. You have to point it in the direction you want it to go. So first we start out. Here I'm measuring Mike's blood pressure. You can see he's really thrilled. There's really a real interesting thing to be the subject for. And you notice here also we're supporting the NASA Little League here. Mike's baseball cap, he's coach there. Anyway, we'll start to get our baseline data, and you'll see in a second here, we'll start up with the blood flow. One of the reasons we want to check this out, we haven't had the opportunity to do this in flight before. And if we can show there's some differences there that are correlated at all to any kinds of space adaptation syndrome, we might have better ways of preventing it or treating it if it does occur. So this is the first time something like this has been flown. You see, I'm putting stereo headphones on, and though you might think I'm listening to tunes, it's not the case. I'm trying to listen to blood flow in Mike's brain, and I can actually confirm there is blood flow there. And I said I'd furnish Mike with a notarized statement to that effect. I'll just show you a few more seconds of this. And later on I did it on myself. You have to put some gel on the probe so you get ultrasonic coupling, and there it is, that black thing in my hand I put up against Mike's temple. And it's at 2 megahertz, and the frequency is such that the bone is fairly transparent to it, and allows us to go in, echo off the red blood cells, come back, and by measuring the Doppler shift, get the velocity. And from that we can infer some idea as to the flow. And there we are, we're getting the data right there. And the white light just above my arm there is the screen of the instrument back there. It's a little CRT. And that's how we're doing it. And it doesn't take very long. Altogether, it's probably 5-6 minutes, and you can get the in-flight studies done that way. And after that, we go on and measure the carotid flow so we can correlate the two. And that's about it. We can show you some more of that if you'd like, but it's just more of the same. It's not a real dynamic type activity once you're into the measurement mode, so it's your call, Pierre.
Okay, Jim, looks real good. Let me take a look at the back row. We got 3 or 4 flight surgeons back there. I'm sure they wouldn't mind seeing some more.
Okay, thanks, Pierre. And I got a question. So it will be easier than having to go back in the archives post-flight.
Okay, Jim, we handed over from Vandenberg to Tidris East S-band, so we lost your last bit of comments. Could you try them again?
Sure, Pierre. I was just saying, would you please ask the flight surgeons about the cabin temp measurements we were doing for them with the temperature strips. They gave us some strips that we put up around the cabin, and we're actually measuring an accurate measure of the actual air temperature, whereas the temperature you guys see on the ground through ECOM may not be a true reflection. It may be interesting for you to, when we measure the temperature here, or take a reading, since we have to manually record it, if you would snapshot what's coming down, you could compare the two to see if there's a good correlation.
Okay, I'm looking at the back row, and they're nodding their heads in agreement.
Was that in agreement or disagreement?
Agreement.
Okay, well, if that doesn't give you any heartburn, we'll give you a call when we do that. In fact, we just measured it about 5 minutes ago.
Okay, we copy.
And right here, I'm measuring blood flow velocity in Mike's carotid artery.
And Jim, the light is
We get the measurement rather quickly, but we like to take it over a period of time to make sure there's not any great variations, or if there are, how to adjust for them. That's why the runs last several minutes at each location.
Okay, we copy. And Jim, the lighting is not real good on Mike's ball cap. Can you tell us what it says?
It says NASA Little League.
Okay, thanks. We couldn't read it.
Here it says NASA Area Little League.
Okay, great. I'm sure they'll be happy to see that.
Yeah, my team is the Royals this year.
Okay, how they doing?
Well, we haven't started the season yet. We're just practicing right now. Actually, they're practicing. I'm working.
I understand.
Mike's too modest. His team won the championship last year.
Sounds good.
Okay, well, that concludes the whole run. You can see we're in the cleanup and storage end of it now, so I guess we'll, if you want to see some more, I think, I'm not sure who's next. We have either Bob or John next. It's up to you.
Are you saying it's up to us? Who's next?
No, we have it all taped. We can just keep playing the tape if you want it, or take the link down, whatever you want.
Discovery Houston, we've got another note for Cher. We'd like you to hold off on the power-up right now.
Okay, we'll hold off on the power-up.
Yeah, they're not seeing it stabilized yet, so we'll just, once they have determined they're ready, we'll give you a call on the power up.
Mission Control Houston, 2 days, 2 hours, 8 minutes. We're back live now with NASA Select originating from JSC in Houston. We've just concluded viewing a videotape sent to us by the crew with narration supplied by mission specialist Dr. James Bajan. He was showing us a view of he and Commander Mike Coates of the flight deck. They were conducting a measurement. He was doing that under DSO 470, the cerebral blood flow test, and he was doing some measurements of blood flow in Mike Coates' carotid artery and also in his head, his cerebellum. The next television event will be the Change of Shift press conference with off-going Orbit 1 Flight Director Granville A. Pennington. That should take place around 11:30 a.m. Central Standard Time. And then we will follow that with a replay of this most recent downlink, this medical DSO from the Discovery. And that DSO was recorded earlier this morning during their post-sleep activity.
Discovery Houston, it looks like we're going to hold off on the share for a while, and your go to perform the RCS trickle current test.
Okay, we'll put that in work there.
Discovery Houston got some words on your Amos pass. The Amos folks said it was a super pass.
That's good news to hear, Pierre. We were worried it was kind of cloudy down there.
Well, they said it looked real good, and as did the previous one you did.
That's outstanding.
It's Mission Control Houston at 2 days, 2 hours, 14 minutes. Discovery now passing out over the Caribbean and is just north of South America. In fact, from their vantage point, the crew members, given no cloud cover, ought to be able to see French Guiana, site of the launch pad for the Ariane system employed by the European Space Agency. Another unmanned vehicle, the Delta rocket. There will be a launch of a Delta tonight. That will take place sometime between 7 and 8 o'clock Central Standard Time, and may conflict with the planned Chuck Shaw Change of Shift press conference for the Orbit 2 team. Our plan is to bring you the press conference. If that's canceled, we would give you live coverage of the Delta launch tonight. And the crew was just told that on their pass over Hawaii on this rev, the Amos test was considered very successful by the people on the ground.
Discovery Houston, the Orbit 1 team will be handing over to Orbit 2 now, and one last bit of information, the H2 tank cycles now, we're into the third cycle, everything looks nominal, so we anticipate repowering everything later in the shift, and so have a good rest of the day, and we'll see you tomorrow morning.
Okay, Pierre, we sure appreciate that, and it's good news to hear.
Okay, we'll see you. We'll turn it over to Kathy and Mike now.
Yeah, ask them if they can send their pictures up too, would you?
They're on their way, Mike.
And Houston Discovery, looks like the trickle test was good.
Roger, Discovery. Prop concurs. Discovery Houston.
Go ahead.
Okay, Mike, the share folks are now go for a nominal normal ops power up. The previous words that were given to you about powering down at 2 plus some number of hours from initiation of the power up procedure is no longer relevant. Power down will be on our call, and we would like you to stand by, especially early after power up, for an immediate power down in case share behaves differently than expected.
Kathy, we copy all that. I'm ready to power heater 1 on at this time, and I'll give you the time on that when I do it.
Okay, Jim, we're ready.
Heater 1 is on now at 22:30:45.
I copy, thank you.
This is Mission Control. Our change of shift briefing with Orbit 1 Flight Director Al Pennington has been delayed slightly. The new
Discovery
starting
Houston,
time
we
for that
expect
briefing
some ratty calm in the final 10 minutes or so of this teeter's pass due to attitude. The nominal LOS is 245, and we'll see you on the west in any case at 2+52.
Okay, Kathy, we'll see you there.
This is Mission Control. The new time for that briefing is 11:35 a.m. Central. The briefing originates from the PAO briefing room in Building 2 at the Johnson Space Center, and will be a summary of the Orbit 1 activities with Flight Director Al Pennington. This is Mission Control.
Discovery Houston.
Go ahead.
Mike, two things for you. Please do not do any share heater swaps during the upcoming TDRS LOS. Secondly, we see a jam indication on tags at power up. We'd like you to repeat the MALF on page 2-58. It's 2.8 alpha. And one final note on share. Roger. One final note on share. Please verify recorder enable per step 1.
Roger. We got it, Captain.
Thank you much. 1 minute 30 LOS.
This is Mission Control. We're going LOS from the TDRS West satellite. The static heard on the air-ground circuit in the last couple of minutes has been due to the attitude of the shuttle as it makes this orbit, and the alignment with the TDRS satellite is not always locked on, so we've had rather poor comm the last couple of minutes. In 7 minutes, 4 more voice communications with the crew. As we went LOS, the crew was asked to perform a malfunction. The tags text and graphics system had a jam, and they're going to ask to unjam that. And we're given a last couple of notes on share operations. At mission lapse time, 2 days, 2 hours, 45 minutes, this is Mission Control.
Discovery Houston back with you through the west.
Okay, we hear you loud and clear, Houston.
And we have you the same.
And Kathy, we've taken another look at the tags. The MAL we ran was the same thing with it. We ran it the same steps with the same results. The sheet that had apparently caused the jam is another incomplete sheet. It's a little different than the previous one. Characteristic is about the same in that you get a partial print on a sheet, and you have some imaging material on there. In this case, it wasn't quite as dark, but it's just a partial print, and apparently that's a software byte that caused it to jam. We ran the procedure, 3 clear sheets, and we'll mark those and save them.
Okay, Bob, we copy that. Discovery Houston with a share note.
Go ahead, Kathy.
Okay, share is hanging in there fine on this attempt. We are go at this time for step 2 on page 4-3.
Okay.
Discovery Houston for Mike.
Go ahead.
Mike, a couple notes for you about some IMAX activities and maneuvers on this rev. Since share has started up, we would like to change the IMAX track coming up on Rev 35 for Messiah Volcano to be a ZLV mode 40 millimeter shot of the Isthmus of Panama. This will start about 10 degrees north by 80 degrees west and proceed down to 8 north, 77 west if weather conditions are clear enough. We've just sent you a METSAT picture of the Isthmus area It also has the Messiah volcano target highlighted on it. You can disregard that. That should be aboard now, in fact. And in addition, you should find in the tags tray a flight note concerning maneuver techniques for your IMAX oblique targets that we hope will help you save some prop. You'll notice one of those procedures refers to ZLV nose south. We're still looking at going to a nose south attitude to improve our comm coverage, but haven't determined yet how to mix that with share constraints, so we won't head to that attitude yet.
Okay, we copy all that.
Okay, and we'd request no tweaks this pass.
Okay, no tweaks this pass. We'll be straight minus LV.
Discovery Houston.
Go ahead.
Yeah, just if you'd advise me, Mike, when you do have that tags message, there are a few amplifying words I can give you. Break, break, share, off.
Okay, you're off. You're off now.
Roger. Recorder also off, please.
You got it?
Thank you much.
This is Mission Control. Our next TV event is a 7-minute playback of VTR tape from the crew.
Discovery Houston will be handing down to Guam in 1 minute for a tracking test. AOS is 3+05 and we'll keep you there till 3+14.
Oh, Roger, Kathy.
Discovery Houston for Mike.
Go ahead.
Roger, Mike. With share down at this time, we would like to maneuver to nose south, target 2, body vector 1, Omicron 270.
Okay, we copy. You want to go nose south.
Okay, and I think I walked into the LOS there, Mike. That's target 2, body vector 1, Omicron 270, and track.
Target 2, body vector 1, and Omicron at 270.
Okay, Mike, I just got a correction to that note. The body vector should be 3. The rest of your readback is correct.
Yeah, it sounds a little bit better, and we'll put that in and start maneuvering now.
Okay, and for Colonel Jim, the reason for the rapid call on share this last time was the investigators showed leg 3 had dried out and was followed by leg 2 drying out. With the power down, leg 3 is now re-wetting, and we'll hope to pick up and try it again shortly.
Okay, we're standing by.
This is Mission Control. Since our AOS on Tidris West, the crew was asked to perform a malfunction procedure to unjam the text and graphics system, which jammed when they sent up...
Discovery Houston.
Go ahead.
Yeah, Jim, this is a bit of good news that we've been leading up to through the morning. H2 Tank 3 is looking really good. ECOM is quite happy with it, so we want to back a little further out of the partial Group B power down that you did the other day. We'd like you to take IMU-2 back to operate. The payload recorder over on A1R to on, and a heads up somewhere this Tidris West I expect will be setting up to dump that guy and get the IUS data off of it. And you're going to go back into whatever usage of SPOCs and PGSCs and lights that you'd like.
Okay, we'll get the payload recorder on and get IMU-2 powered on. And do you want us to do an IMU align with IMU-2 then?
We'd like to hold off on that a bit, Mike.
Okay, we'll just take it to operate then.
Roger that. And also, if you would confirm that you did get the messages out of the tags and the paper tray is empty, Inco will jump back into shooting paper towards you.
Stand by.
This is Mission Control. That last transmission from Capcom gave the crew some good news that they are free to turn on whatever pieces of equipment we need that were powered down in yesterday's Group B power down. That was done to conserve power usage. It appears that hydrogen tank 3 is operating properly.
We have a good Messiah volcano picture up. Too bad we won't be able to track it this time, but we'll get the IMAX with the 40 lens of the Panama Canal instead for you. And we'll have camera D up and running for ENCO to control if he wants to see as much as he wants to as we come through Central America.
Okay, John, we'd appreciate that. Can you confirm if you also got our IMAX maneuvers message?
Kathy, we received an IMAX maneuver message in the morning uplink, but we didn't receive anything here recently.
Okay, we attempted to send
Control,
you something in that tags message with the picture. We'll look into where it dropped out.
Yeah, all we got was
this is Mission Control. The broadcast on NASA Select will resume at 12:15
okay,
p.m.
Mike, we'll
with
chase
a
that.
briefing originating from the Kennedy Space Center.
And Discovery Houston, we'd like an IO reset to GNC.
Okay, that's done.
Roger that. And Discovery will be handing back up to Tidris in 1 minute.
Roger.
This is Mission Control. Also at 2 days, 2 hours, 58 minutes mission elapsed time, the crew was requested to turn off the share experiment. It had been operating for approximately 28 minutes since 2 hours, 30 minutes mission elapsed time. Leg 2 had dried out, and they observed that leg 3 was starting to dry out. So they allowed that, turned that experiment off to allow it to cool back down. And the share investigators are still analyzing their data and determining what their next steps will be. The crew expects several more calls throughout this work day to power share on and off as required in support of the experimenters. The fluid, the ammonia in the share experiment is behaving other than was predicted before the flight. So this is an opportunity for these investigators to analyze their data real time and determine what different steps should be taken.
Discovery Houston with you, Tidris West.
Read you loud and clear.
Got you the same, John.
Houston Discovery.
Go ahead, Jim.
And Kathy, when you sent that last tags message, we initially got an indication of a jam again. The sheet was only partially developed, although I think we got all the information we needed. When I pulled the piece of paper out, the jam light cleared, so it looks like and it has some of the same tonal characteristics on the developer color that we've had in the past, but right now it looks like we're cleared. I did not run the valve.
Okay, we understand, Bob. And for info, Bob, we sent an advance and clear ourselves on that uplink because we saw a jam when we powered it up.
Okay, copy.
Can you tell, by the way, if that jammed sheet was the flight note we were looking for?
Yes, it was, Kathy.
Okay, Mike, is any of it readable or usable? Shall we just try to send it again?
I think we've got the top portion of it readable, and I think it was the only part that we really needed here. The bottom part looks like it got brown and jammed down here. We got Keith Chappell's name on the bottom, and I assume that was the last of it.
That's correct. And now that we're in nose south, the block on the right for maneuvers off of axis is the applicable block.
Okay.
And Discovery Houston, for Mike, let me give you just a few words on your prop status and what we've seen for usage in the IMAX maneuvers to amplify why we're advocating this auto procedure, Mike.
Go ahead.
The right RCS is currently our pacing on-orbit system from a prop point of view, and it's running about 15% above, it's got about 15% margin above the mission completion red line right now. We have seen the manual maneuvers out of attitude for IMAX shots taking about 1% out of each of the forward, left, and right RCS. We'd like to try this procedure and see if that can knock that number down a bit and allow us to continue to give you more tweaks through the remainder of the flight.
Okay, we'll do it.
This is Mission Control. That last flight note up to the crew about the automatic maneuvers for the IMAX targets is just a conservative measure to try to protect the largest margins of propellant that we can, so that we can be assured of the capability of making whatever maneuvers we need to make for the remainder of the mission for our Earth observations and IMAX photography targets, and also to make sure we have plenty of propellant with some extra margin as well for re-entry. The margins are looking very good, and flight controllers are not concerned about any excess usage. This is just another of our conservative stances to check out and see if the automatic maneuvers will use a little bit less propellant. This is Mission Control.
And Discovery Houston, we've got a nice view through camera Delta right now, and we'll enjoy looking over your shoulder through the Pacific and Central American Pass.
Roger.
Discovery Houston.
Go ahead, Kathy.
John, we're now seeing solid enough operational signatures on H2 Tank 3 with the Alpha heater that we'd like to swap to the Bravo heater and take a look at that guy. So if you would, Alpha to off, Bravo to on H2 Tank 3. Discovery Houston for John, check heater Bravo equals auto.
That's what we thought, Kathy. That's what we called you. You want it in auto.
Yeah, I didn't copy your call, John. I'm sorry. Heater Bravo to auto.
Okay, we thought you'd said on and asked you if it was auto, and that's where you want it.
This is Mission Control. The crew has been directed to turn the H2 tank heater A off and turn heater B on. This is part of our checkout of that hydrogen 2 tank number 3. So far it's been operating just fine all morning, and we don't expect any further problems from it. The ECOM folks wanted to get a check on heater B.
Discovery Houston, just a heads up, the TDRS downlink maneuver shown in your flight plan following your IMAX pass is not required.
Okay, we copy that, Kathy. Thanks. And Kathy, we're approaching the Messiah volcano now, and the clouds are right over it, so we wouldn't have got it on this if we had tried to track it.
Okay, John, thanks for the update.
In fact, Kathy, I'll give you some bad dope. The Messiah is smoking, but it's not smoking a great deal, but we do have a visibility of it, but it wouldn't have been good for IMAX this pass.
Okay, John, I'll pass the words of the activity along to the Earth Obs folks, and the IMAX guys copied your report on the cloud conditions.
And the Pose volcano in Costa Rica is clouded over, so we won't be able to get that shot.
Okay, we copy, John.
This is Mission Control. That last report from Blaha concerned proposed photography over a volcano in Nicaragua, the Masaya volcano, and also a Pacaya volcano in Guatemala. Both sites, unfortunately, were clouded over and were not good photography targets at this time. This is Mission Control.
You can tell the IMAX folks that the Panama Canal is pretty cloudy, so we didn't take the picture of the Panama Canal.
Okay, John, we copy that. I've got a few additional words on flight plan updates, if you got a minute.
Okay, stand by right now, please.
Okay, we'll be handing over TDRS East in about a minute and a half. I'll talk to you on the East.
Okay, we'll talk to you then.
Discovery Houston, back with you on the East.
Okay, and you appear to be keyed, copy.
Okay, how do you copy now?
We read you, but we're hearing a key that's coming from you.
Discovery Houston, comm check. How do you read me now?
We read you loud and clear.
Okay, John, if you're ready to copy, I'll pass you those few flight plan notes.
Okay, stand by. Go ahead, Kathy.
Okay, Mike, the reason we deleted the TDRS downlink maneuver is to save a bit of prop. We're going to go ahead and pick up photo TV 11 at AOS next TDRS West instead and use the KU band there. That'll be about 4:30 MET. While we're in nose south, we also will be looking for stars of opportunity, so just a heads up, with any luck, the align this evening will be an align in attitude using the opportunity stars. Another note for your Chromex status check in the flight plan at 4+15, the Chromex folks have requested a readout of the temperature strips on the unit at that time as well. And one item of information, the Amos folks report they got a great data take on your prior Hawaii pass.
Outstanding.
And Discovery Houston for the PLT, looking ahead to some of your next IMAX activities over South America on Rev 36. We will send you an updated METSAT image at next TDRS West.
Roger.
Discovery Houston with a comm check. Are you receiving keying?
Say again, Kathy.
Mike, just trying to troubleshoot the ground comm system. Are you receiving a keying tone on my comm now?
Negative. We were getting interference from on UHF before. I don't think it was coming from you.
Okay, thank you much.
This is Mission Control, ECOM in flight. We're discussing the hydrogen tank 3 situation a few minutes ago. It appears that heater A is cycling normally and everything is looking very well with that tank. The crew is going to give us a TV scene that was originally scheduled for a little earlier at about 4 hours, 30 minutes mission elapsed time here on flight day 3. And the communications officer reports that the crew is dumping the payload recorder data down to the ground here over TDRS East. This is the payload data that was recorded for the pre-flight, the pre-deploy checkouts, that is, for the inertial upper stage prior to the deploy of the TDRS satellite. And the purpose in doing this is so that the IUS and TDRS folks can have their data a little bit earlier and get a little leg up on the analysis of the data. There's about 34 minutes time remaining on this TDRS East pass. And this is Mission Control.
Discovery Houston, a new orbiter state vector is on its way to you.
Discovery, roger.
This is Mission Control. Our next TV event beginning at 1:16 p.m. Central Time will be a replay of Earth views over Central South America taken during the Orbit 35 pass over the South American continent. This is a 7-minute replay beginning at 1:16 p.m. We will follow this replay at 1:27 p.m. with our scheduled downlink of Earth views once we are AOS again on TDRS West. This is Mission Control.
Discovery Houston, 1 minute LOS TDRS East C on the west at 4+30.
Okay, so see you on the west.
This is Mission Control. Our next television coming up at 1:27 p.m. Central Time will be over TDRS West on Orbit 35 and is scheduled to be mid-deck activities of the crew of Discovery. This is Mission Control.
Discovery Houston, back with you on the west.
Okay, read you loud and clear, Kathy.
And we got you the same.
Okay, I think Jim Bajan's got some words on Chromex for you here.
Okay, if we could get Jim to hold off for just a second, our payloads officer's working something else right now. We'll get him up to listen.
Okay.
And Discovery, per our revision to your flight plan on last rev, we're configured for TV from the cabin anytime you're ready.
Okay, stand by just a second. We've got some VTR we recorded of Jim and John changing out the film in the IMAX camera, and John doing some chicken eggs checking.
Okay, we'll be happy to take that VTR, and at the end of that, whatever time we have remaining KU band, we can look at you live in the cabin if you'd let us.
Yeah, that'd be super.
Discovery Houston.
Go ahead.
Yeah, Mike, looking down the line a couple hours, your supply water dump for tonight has been worked out. It's another long one, and I'll give you the particulars when it's convenient for you to copy.
Okay, ready to copy. Go ahead.
Okay, this will be dump all of tank Bravo and dump Alpha to 80%. That'll be approximately 1 hour duration as last night.
Okay, we copy. We'll dump all of tank Bravo and Alpha down to 80%.
Roger that. And we're still looking for your TV.
Stand by. Okay, Kathy, you should be receiving a shot of the mid-deck right now.
Okay, Mike, we see that coming in-house now.
Okay, that's live. We're still queuing up our tape. We can play that back while Jim's doing some Chromex stuff.
Okay, well, whatever you would like to show us will be fine with us.
This is Mission Control. That's live TV from Discovery's middeck showing Jim Bajan working on the Chromex experiment package. We've had a drop in signal from Discovery and hope to get the signal back here in a few moments.
Discovery Houston, the Rondonia picture for your next IMAX over South America should be in the tags machine for you at this time, and Payloads is ready to copy the Chromex words.
Just 1 second, Kat, I'll be with you. John's doing the chicken eggs right now.
Okay, Jim, we'll be standing by.
This is Mission Control. The Communications Systems Officer reports we've lost our video link with Discovery,
Okay,
and he's
Kat,
working on getting that back.
We just did the status check, and it all looked okay. The temperatures are looking real good. They've been steady now at 24 degrees C since MET of 2 hours, 1 minute, and 1 hour, 2 days, 1 hour, and 14 minutes. We just checked them just a few minutes ago at 2 days, 4 hours, and 23 minutes, and they still were 24 degrees. And that's the temperature strip on the outside in the location you designated, and on the inside where you designated. I went and checked the individual LED indications like we did before for chambers 8 through 13, and they're on a very narrow band between about 24 degrees and 26 degrees now, which is the first time they've been below 30 since we did the mouth this morning. So I don't know quite why things are looking that good, but they're looking normal right now. I don't know if that'll change your opinion about how to do business from here on out.
Okay, Jim, the customer copies that, and we'll factor that in, and I copy, you think they've been stable at 24 since 2 day, 1 hour, 14, and your last observation was 2 day, 4 hours, 2-3. Can you confirm that time?
That's affirmative, Kathy. These are the temperature strips. In fact, if you go back as far as 1 day, 22 hours, and 34 minutes, the temperatures at that time were 23 degrees C on the inside and 23 degrees C on the outside. That was true about 20 minutes later when we tried it, and then the next reading after that was at 2 days, 1 hour, and 14 minutes, where it had gone up to 24, and it's been there now since that time, up until just now.
Okay, Jim, we appreciate those words. And Discovery, I have one item for the CDR.
Go ahead, Kathy.
Mike, to make sure we get the optimal stars in the table on an opportunity basis coming up here, sometime within plus or minus 5 minutes of sunrise, we'd like you to clear the star table for us, and we show sunrise due in about 5 minutes.
Okay, I'll clear it now.
Okay, thanks.
Kathy, we've got one for you. I just checked the tags messages, and the only thing we've got are the test pages and a couple of blank pages.
Okay, I copy, Bob.
Yeah, Kathy, we're going to queue up the VTR now, and Jim Buckley will tell you a little bit about the IMAX camera.
Okay, Mike, we've lost the video feed from White Sands temporarily. If you would stand by with that a second, let me advise you when we've got a good lock on it again.
Okay, we'll stand by.
This is Mission Control. Due to a technical difficulty with our video feed from White Sands ground terminal to JSC, we're going to have a few minutes delay in getting that VTR downlink from the crew.
Discovery Houston with a share update.
Go ahead.
Okay, we're going to knock off share ops for today, let folks chew over the data they've seen over the last couple of days. We would anticipate picking activities back up in the morning, hopefully with some new approaches and an opportunity to get a couple full cycles.
Okay, we understand.
And Discovery Houston, we're looking over your shoulder on the flight deck right now. We've got our video back, so we'll be ready for your VTR.
Okay, Jim's just about ready. Okay, Kathy, what you see here is just a VTR of us taking some pictures out the window and holding the CCTV. There's Mike with a 70 out his side. Okay, that's me using Errol Inhofe out John's side window. We found that those windows really were pretty clean, and we're able to take some pretty good shots with the Errol Inhofe and the 70 millimeters out those side windows. In fact, we're going to show you what that looks like. Here's CCTV looking out from the same perspective we have up here.
That's a great shot, Jim. You're making us all jealous. In fact, you guys have been doing such a good job generating interest in Earth observations that I think the Incos are going to take the Earth obs course.
It's actually a little bit better view than that because you really have two windows. We just could only use one at a time. Okay, here's, looks like John and I discussing some IMAX stuff. You can see the IMAX camera mounted in the overhead. John's kind of set up a command post here on the aft flight deck. I'll let you him tell you about it.
Okay, we'll be listening.
Okay. Yeah, that's still on the flight deck. When you're back over seeing to, looks like Bob Springer right now. He was going to take Aeroflex, and you see Jim there. Jim was working with the Hasselblad out the overhead. Our plan on this pass is Jim with the Hasselblad, Bob with the Aeroflex. I was going to run the IMAX, and you saw Jim and Mike earlier. This is a real nice pass down through Central America and across South America. So we had a lot of good photography and a lot of good volcanoes to try and pick up. What you see right there is Bob filming with the 35, taking a couple pictures.
And John, just out of curiosity, wondering how you're finding the tracking and following a landmark objects with the IMAX handheld without the window mount versus in the window mount.
Okay, well, in the window mount, it works pretty well. The difficulty is acquiring the target when they're the small specific targets like we're trying to target. Jim's been going out of the forward window, so I'll hand it to him and let him comment about that.
Okay, Kathy, about the only real problem with using the handheld IMAX is making sure that it gets stable and you don't put any forces into and jiggle it while you're taking the photos. Once you get it in position in either W1 or 6, it really works pretty well. It's a little bit of you got to be a little careful getting it up there so that you make sure you get it in right. What you're seeing now is John and I changing out some film. John has just taken a magazine off the IMAX camera. He's doing a cleaning process. I'm against the far starboard bulkhead, downloading the magazine and then uploading another magazine of outdoor film. You can see that as long as everything is Velcroed in place and you have foot loops to use, it works pretty well. You really do need a lot of stability to use that bag in order to change out the film.
Yeah, I remember that can get to be pretty ornery if you're not well stabilized.
It's worked out pretty well. Pretty steep learning curve from the first one you do until after you've done it 2 or 3 times. I think probably the rest of this VTR tape just goes through showing us changing out the film and then uploading the IMAX. And I believe at the end there's a little bit of chicken egg experiment as well.
Okay, Jim, I think we've got about a good 10 minutes more KU coverage this pass, so whatever you'd like to keep sending to us, we're sure enjoying seeing life aboard the orbiter again.
Okay, well, we'll let it continue to roll and narrate it as things occur. Right now, I'm going to hand it back to Jim because he's getting ready. He's winding up a can that he has actually just taken out of the black bag. Here, Jim.
Okay, one of the things that we have to do to make sure that exposed film doesn't see any light is to make sure it's sealed and back in its transport canister, so that's what I'm doing there. Taping it back up and then putting it in a exposed IMAX bag. We've got about 6 or 7 rolls in there now. After that's done, I put a new can of film inside the change-out bag and then check the magazine over real well to make sure that there's no debris in it. Stick it all back inside and do kind of the reverse process by uploading the film. That whole evolution is from the first one till now it only takes about, I'd say about 15 minutes to do it. Earlier it took considerably more time.
Okay, Jim, to interrupt for a second, I have a request for you. We've tried to resend that satellite image for your next South America pass, and if someone could go down and take that guy and whatever other pages may be in the paper tray out, we'll get back into TAG's TTO operations.
Okay. Okay, Kathy, we got that satellite photo. It looks real good.
Okay, I copy.
Okay, and Kathy, here Jim is going and getting a new can of film to load, and I'm taking the old one and marking what it was and putting it in our return to Houston IMAX bag for all the IMAX folks. And of course, using the airlock as a nice storage place. Here's a scene of Jim taking off the tape on the new roll that he's about to go put in the black bag and load in the magazine. And as you can see, Houston and Kathy, you know, one roll of film ends up being 3 minutes of run time, and that turns into 3 or 4 scenes for us, but it takes quite a bit of time to set up for each one of those.
You bet. About probably a factor of 10 more time working on it than time running the film.
Absolutely. There's Jim working away in the black bag, trying to get that, get it set up to load that magazine. Okay, and here I think Jim is about ready to have the magazine completely loaded. He'll be passing it over to me in a second. Right now I'm going through the cleaning of the camera. It's important to clean out all the chips. That film is going through there at high speed, and if you don't do that, of course, it'll clog up and jam. So we like to take a lot of time to do it right so we don't cause ourselves many more hours of work if it jams.
Roger that.
What this shows right now, I'm just preparing the camera to get ready for the magazine. And Jim is over on the far right, and he's almost complete with it. Now you see the magazine. What I was doing there is transporting the film and making sure the film was, in fact, on both reels and flowing through real straight. And here, I'm mounting it on the side to get ready to thread it through. Okay, and here I'm pulling the film out a precise length. They have a little marking over here on the left side for us. The IMAX people actually did have a very good system here, and they trained us very well.
And
so
all
we
your
pull it out
words
36 inches there, and then try to load it through the camera.
and all your words and this tape are making them very happy, John.
Well, they've made it very easy for us, so I'm glad they are happy because we're very happy that that's how easy it's been flowing for us due to their excellent training.
Don't you wish it was as easy to train with as it is to shoot in zero-G?
You can see Jim's coming in to help here. One thing in zero-G, a little different than 1G, the film wants to ride up, so actually if two people work with it, it makes it move work a little smoother here. Somebody on the right side and somebody on the left side of the camera as we're loading it. Now we're pushing the magazine down into its full down in cock position. And Kathy, if you'd like to now, you can switch to the flight deck camera here, or we'll switch it to it, and Jim will give you a little tour through the cabin.
Okay, well, why don't you take the cameras as you'd like? We'd appreciate the tour.
Okay, well, you see us live on the flight deck now. And Jim will tour you around. As he is, if you have a minute, I'll read you the chicken eggs log table on 5-4. There's your Orbit 36 track that you just sent up.
Okay, looks pretty good even coming back around on the downlink.
Yep.
Okay, John, we're ready to copy the chicken eggs readout.
Okay, MET 2 days, 4 hours, 28 minutes. Tap 1, 99.6, 98.8. 100.9, slant 102. Humidity 1, 66, slant 47. Humidity 2, 68, slant 53.5. Hatch open, 2, slant 04, colon 30. Hatch closed, 2, slant 04, colon 35. And I'll hand the mic to Mike now, and he'll tour you around the cockpit.
Okay, we copy all, John.
And down the middeck, we've got Jim and Bob are loading 35 millimeter film. If it looks upside down, that's because it's generally upside down to us too.
Looks to us like Jim may be having entirely too much fun.
Yeah, he's had a rough couple days up here. Seems like there's never enough hours in the day to keep these guys happy.
Either that or not enough days in the mission.
Yeah, we were wondering how to bring that subject up.
Trust me, we've been trying for you.
Okay, here's the, what we call Ab Bay 3, chicken eggs and teleplaner over there.
Yeah, Mike, we don't recognize that odd emblem that you just took the camera by.
Yeah, I don't either. And Houston Discovery, now you've had a tour of our cockpit. You can see it's a little bit crowded up here. Not a whole lot of places to go. You can't step outside and go for a walk.
Okay, Mike, we just lost the TV due to blockage. That was a great show. We really appreciate it.
Roger that.
And Mike, I do have one flight note for you on your cryo system.
Go ahead.
We want to essentially take the hydrogen system into the configuration we think we're going to sleep in tonight a little bit early so we can look at the tank 3 signatures as that tank feeds 2 fuel cells. So what we'd like to do right now is take H2 tank 2, heaters Alpha and Bravo, both of them to off, OFF, and close manifold valve on tank 1.
Okay, John's doing that right now.
Thank you much.
This is Mission Control. In about 5 minutes at 2:05 p.m. Central Time, we will have a playback of that last TV downlink from the crew. That was part of it was a VTR dump of some mid-deck activities, loading IMAX film, and then a live tour of the cockpit and mid-deck area of Discovery. This replay lasts for 20 minutes, so it will end at 2:25 p.m. At 2:30 p.m., please note that we will begin our Earth observations briefing originating from JSC with Dr. Chuck Wood, the manager of the Space Shuttle Earth Obs Office. That briefing starts at 2:30 p.m., following a 20-minute replay of shuttle TV from orbits 35 and 36. This is Mission Control.
Discovery, Houston.
Go ahead.
Mike, we have one of the two stars we're looking for on an opportunity basis in the tables now. We'd like you to not perform the IMU align maneuver. We project the next one will come in 10 to 15 minutes.
Okay.
Discovery, Houston, handing over TDRS East in 1 minute.
Discovery, roger.
Discovery, Houston, back with you on the east.
Roger.
This is Mission Control. Our next TV event is at 2:35 p.m. Central Standard Time. It is an Earth observations briefing originating from the Johnson Space Center, PAO briefing room in Building 2. The briefing is given by Dr. Chuck Wood, who is manager of the Space Shuttle Earth Observations Office at JSC. This is Mission Control. This is Mission Control. It's been very quiet aboard Discovery for the last 30 minutes or so. Crew is winding up their work activities for Flight Day 3. In the flight control room, several people from the...
Discovery, Houston.
Go ahead.
Mike, we're seeing the right pod temperatures rising a little bit due to the higher set point on the Bravo heater. So back on A14, if you would, we'd like to swap the right pod back over to alpha heaters.
Okay, we've done that, Kevin.
Thank you much.
Mission Control, here in the flight control room, several people from the Share Experiment multipurpose support
Kathy,
room.
for your planning purposes through the planning shift tonight, we have used 7 rolls of exterior IMAX film.
I copy. 7 rolls outdoor IMAX used.
That's correct. We have 4 left and 3 interior.
Copy that.
Mission Control again. The members of the Share Experiment team, ground support people, have been discussing with the payloads officer and the flight director and Capcom some options for tomorrow.
And Houston from Discovery.
Go ahead, Discovery.
Yes, some of the things we completed today were Dead Sea, Gulf of Aqaba, although, like I say, I think we should get the better view they want on Rev 44. If they want that, but we got a good shot on Rev 28. We got the Riche structure, Serengeti plane, and I think we got a city pretty well on that path across Florida. On that path through Rondonia, we never saw any of the deforestation, so we didn't take anything.
Okay, John.
And we didn't see atmosphere at sunset with a good cloud formation leaving Brazil, so we passed that one by as well.
Okay, I copy that.
This is Mission Control. These last tag-ups will continue probably over about the next hour. Flight Director Chuck Shaw has requested all flight controllers to have their end-of-day tag-up items completed with the crew by mission elapsed time 5 hours. Mission elapsed time 7 hours today, so that they can have about an extra hour of time to relax and little time to themselves before their pre-sleep period begins at 2 days and 8 hours mission elapsed time. We have seen data indications that the tank 3 heaters are cycling normally, and there are no problems identified at all with that system presently. We expect to use that tank tonight during the sleep period. We had the crew adjust the switches for the tank 1 and 2 heaters to the configuration we planned for the sleep period about an hour ago, so that the Environmental Control Systems officer could have some data on that before the sleep period actually begins. This is Mission Control.
Discovery, Houston.
Go ahead.
Mike, we're just under 2 minutes remaining this TDRS, and we'll see on the west at 6+08. A couple items for you. We want to stay in our current attitude and continue to look for stars of opportunity. We do not plan to go to any different alignment for sleep, any different attitude for sleep, so you can delete the post-align maneuver in your cap. For your cryo O2 oxygen side, your sleep config will be O2 tank 3, heaters alpha and bravo to auto, and tank 1, heaters alpha and bravo to off, and manifold valve tank 2 closed. We'll have a trage message coming up for you before sleep, and INCO will send a few more tags pages when we come up on the west to fill up the rest of this tray for this round of the DTO.
Okay, we copy that. Do we have a go for the antenna cable position?
Standby 1. Discovery, Houston, you're a go for cable repositioning.
Roger that.
Discovery, Houston is back with you on the west.
Ridge loud and clear, Kathy. And you go ahead and start the water dump and a fuel cell purge or if it's not going to do IMU align right away.
Stand by. Discovery, Houston for Mike.
Go ahead.
Mike, the star pair that's currently in the table and selected looks good to us. Your go to torque IMUs 1 and 3 to that star pair. And following that, we'd like an IMU to IMU aligning 2 and standby 1. The IMU to IMU will be 2 to 3.
Okay, we'll go ahead and torque 1 and 3 to the star pair, and then you just want to align IMU 2 to IMU 3.
Good copy.
You don't want to align IMU 1 after the star alignment.
No, Mike, we just as soon not.
Okay, and work. And Kathy, I assume you have all the torquing numbers and angular errors, .02.
I'll verify, Mike. We've got all the data we need for the align, Mike. Thank you.
Okay, we're aligning right now.
Roger, Mike, we copy, and when you're complete, your go for the purge and the dump.
Roger. And Houston Discovery, we go to reselect IMU 2.
That's affirmative, Mike. And Discovery Houston, with your permission, we'll take cameras Delta and Charlie for some more Earth scenes.
Roger.
Discovery Houston.
Go ahead.
Mike, whenever it's convenient for you, I have some questions from the IMAX folks for John, and some words of summary, what we think the share folks have been seeing through the day, and a little bit of heads up for what we anticipate coming up with tomorrow.
Okay, stand by a second. Okay, Kathy, we're listening. Go ahead.
Okay, let me start with the IMAX note first. This is in an effort to plan the film priorities for the remainder of the flight. They're going to work up a new list for the evening during the planning shift. They'd like to know, with regard to the remaining landmark tracks, whether you have any new suggestions regarding lenses or targets of choice. They'd also like to know the status of your targets of opportunity list, storms, currents, eddies, fires, and so forth. Fourth question is whether or not the weather updates have been adequate. And finally, they'd like to know, or they advise that it is okay for you to shorten the shot lengths to 30 seconds at your discretion, if you think that's appropriate. Over.
Okay, Kathy, first of all, let me say that we agree with shorter lengths. Sometimes that's easier said than done on those specific targets, trying to acquire them. But we certainly agree with that.
Okay, and be advised, John, you're coming down with a good bit of squeal.
Okay, is this better?
Yeah, that's a lot better, thanks.
Okay, we agree that we'll try to make shorter shots. We've got a lot of very good film, by the way, and I'll go over to some degree what I think we could think of doing yet. Ask the third question again, Kathy.
Okay, John, the IMAX folks were just asking whether you have any comments or suggestions about lens or target combination for your remaining landmark track sites, and how you've progressed on getting items off of the targets of opportunity list. Thirdly, questioning...
Okay, we're moving along on that target of opportunity list. As far as the landmark tracks go, I think we've taken care of the subject called a city.
Say again, subject name, John.
Say again, Kathy.
Say again the subject on the target list that you think you've taken care of. Was that a city?
Right, just a city. In other words, Miami, Houston, Sao Paulo, Brazil, any of those. I think we've taken care of that subject.
Gotcha.
Okay, Naha, Okinawa. We don't need to do that again. I think we got a very good Serengeti plane. And so a place on Earth where life abounds, that basic philosophy, I think we've accomplished that objective. The Messiah volcano today was very clear. We could try a track maneuver on that with a 250 lens on the next pass, but it is not very active, so I don't think it would necessarily accomplish their requirement. There's a lot of weather over Indonesia. Certainly, if we get a clear path over Indonesia tomorrow, we will try to get the Indonesian volcanoes. And that's on Rev 44, and we'll try to do that. If people want to have a go at a Great Barrier Reef shot tomorrow for a recognizable feature, that would probably be a good thing to do.
Okay, I copy.
We got a very good view of the Dead Sea and Gulf of Aqaba today. We were just over the top of it, so it's their call on whether or not they would like a short shot of it tomorrow on Rev 44 when our track is about 300 miles to the south. It would be that type of a picture, but it's their call if they want that.
Okay.
We have Aswan Lake NASA that we have not got yet due to weather, but it's their call on whether they would like us to try to get that one. The Teague Crater would be a good track target tomorrow. That it's either there or it's not, and we would film it with the 250 if they want us to do that. Zaire Basin fires, that area of the world is pretty clouded in. I don't think that opportunity is going to look very good unless the weather changes significantly. Okabanga Swamp, that part of the world, and the Namib, they're always dark when we get there. So those kind of scenes are out, I think, for the mission because we launched a couple hours later than planned. The Baja California could be considered as a backup Earth and void. We need to accomplish that task. And it looks like if we can't get it over the Andes because of weather tomorrow, then like on Rev 52, then we ought to consider the Baja probably on Rev 50. I think we got plenty of Florida today, so I don't think they probably want any more of Florida. We don't need to get any more Hawaii. We got very good Hawaii. We need to get atmospheric sunset with a cloud formation if we can. If we don't see that by the end of the mission, we'll save enough film to at least accomplish the task of the thin, fragile atmosphere, which we could get on any Rev for that matter. Mexico City, I don't think we need that because we've accomplished that type of a shot with a city today. We have gotten very good Hawaii sun glance. We need to get a good shot, if we can, of Rondônia, Brazil to show deforestation. When we went through that area today, we just never saw the kind of picture we know to get. We'll keep looking for it every time we go by there. If we have it, we'll take it. If we don't have it, we won't be able to take it. I don't know. That's enough summary I think they can probably work with through the night to think about and tell us their priorities. We think we have enough film, though, and we would even take, an interior role that we can certainly go outside with on some of their lower priority targets. But we think we have enough film to accomplish the objective still.
Okay, John, we copy that. That is a useful recap. Several things you've said have helped us see some prioritizations for activities we're trying to fit in tomorrow. So thank you much. That'll make reworking the cap overnight a lot easier. I have some share words for you, and then we'd
okay,
like.
Let me give it to Jeff.
Say again, John.
Okay, Kathy, go ahead.
Okay, Jim, we think the share folks spent a fair amount of time up here in the control center during your last teacher's pass reviewing the data they have seen for us and the flight directors. They believe that the signatures they've been seeing are characteristic of bubbles forming in the evaporator end of the heat pipe. There may be, in part, a function of the amount of heat that they're putting in per unit time. They may have essentially oversized the heaters for the efficiency of the insulation that they put around the evaporator end of the pipe. The net effect of that is that bubbles lodge themselves in the liquid portion of the channel and or up against the slot between the liquid and vapor channels and are preventing fluid from wicking as it should up into the vapor channel and moving out into the condenser. Several things are being looked at for tomorrow. just after your Amos test today, the heat pipe behaved about as good as it has through the whole flight. That's leading them to consider piggybacking on some other maneuvers scheduled in your cap tomorrow and possibly adding some maneuvers to provide an impulse that will move the bubbles out of the evaporator section down into the condenser. Another thing that's being considered in view of the fact that they think there may be too much heat going into the pipe early on as it tries to wet itself is we're giving some thought to possibly determining a duty cycle on a 500-watt heater and asking you to manually control a pulsed set of inputs for us. One concern we have is they estimate that duty cycle is likely to be very short, something on the order of 30 seconds on and 1 minute off perhaps, and that it might take as long as 20 to 30 minutes of doing that to get the system primed. We'd be interested in any comments you have as to whether that would be a problem to have a block of that sort of activity in the flight plan tomorrow. So we'll be looking for your...
No, we can do that. We'll do whatever it takes to get this thing started, and if that's what it takes, we'll be happy to support it.
Okay, I know the share folks will appreciate that kind of response from you, Jim, that your support's going to turn out to be essential, I think, to getting this guy primed. Two other questions for you this evening by way of wrap-up. Back on IMAX, we'd like to know if the frequency and content and format of the weather updates we've been sending you have been adequate. Do the satellite images a pass prior help you at all? And we'd be interested in a PGSC status.
Okay, the weather data you've been giving us, particularly the satellite shots in those areas annotated that we're interested in getting coverage of, has been very good. A little more lead time on them would help us a little bit, but that's kind of a nit. And let me give you Jim on PCG.
I copy.
Hey, Kath, this is Jim. PGSC was working fine. The battery, we charged it fully up for 24 hours as they had instructed us. Then we took it off, and we had it off on battery power while we still were in that power constraint you had us under, because we brought the 1139 back up to the flight deck. And it went dead in about, 2.5 hours. Anyway, we brought it back up again once the power restriction was released. And by this afternoon, we completed all their test objectives.
Okay, Jim, I missed one point there. Can you clarify again how many hours on battery you ran?
Approximately 2.5.
Okay, and all test objectives complete today. Thank you.
We've completed all the test objectives for the entire mission, not just for today. Also, because we didn't know if we'd ever be able to bring it up again, so that's why we did that. The other thing they might be interested in, they'll find the rest out later, but the temps they were worried about, none of the temperature indicators has even hit its bottom reading value, which is 100 degrees Fahrenheit. They might be happy to hear that.
Okay, we'll pass that along.
This is Mission Control as exchanges between Jim Bajan and Kathy Sullivan are to wind up the day's activities. Flight Director Chuck Shaw's intent is to sign off to the crew at about mission elapsed time 7 hours, about 30 minutes from now. So we're trying to wrap up last-minute details and reports on experiment activities today. This is Mission Control. This is Mission Control. These are live Earth views downlinked from the payload bay cameras of Discovery as it passes over the Pacific Ocean. Mission elapsed time is 2 days, 6 hours, 40 minutes. The crew is winding up their work activities of Flight Day 3, and flight controllers are finishing up their last-minute business with the crew as well. This is Mission Control.
Discovery Houston.
Go ahead.
Mike, we have 30 pages aboard in the TAGS paper tray. We'd like you to empty the tray out, and we'd appreciate a report on the status of the paper feed.
Okay, and work. Okay, Kathy, we recovered the
the tags paper, and this time all the sheets are laying in there, one on top of the other, without any being folded over.
Okay, Jim, that's good news.
It seems as though there's quite a bit of curve, though, to the paper, and that is that it's convex up lying in the delivery tray there. And it's so high, the convexity is so high that when the new sheet comes in, since it's also convex up even before it gets there, its nose is dropping. When it hits the other one that's curving up, if you can imagine that, I think sometimes one just happens to catch it and rolls under. So I think it's just like a crapshoot.
Okay, I'll copy that. And Jim, just for information, when you confirm the paper tray is empty, we would like to send another 30 pages aboard. Part of this at least will go through the sleep period.
Okay, Kathy, it's empty. Let it rip.
And Discovery Houston, for Mike, we didn't get any feedback, Mike, as to whether the tag's noise level during the night yesterday posed any problems with respect to sleep. Before we commit to 30 more pages here, we would like a report from you.
Kathy, we didn't hear a thing last night. I think we were all dead to the world, so to speak.
Okay, if you concur, then we will go ahead and try some more tags on the next Teeters West.
That sounds like a good idea.
Thank you much. Discovery Houston.
Go ahead, Kathy.
Yeah, Mike, just a follow-up note on your cryo config. Everybody having watched tank 3 on the B heaters and the manifold valve closed, as well as tracking that through the fuel cell purge, we're all confident to sleep in the current configuration. It all looks ops normal according to the signatures.
Okay, that's good news.
Discovery Houston handing it over. Teeters ceased. 1 minute.
Houston Discovery, Roger. We'll see you on a couple of minutes.
Roger that. Discovery Houston.
Houston Discovery, go ahead, Kathy.
Okay, Bob, things are pretty well wrapped up here for the day. We still owe you a trage message, and that will come up before the start of sleep. One word for tomorrow morning's align. We're hoping to stay in your current attitude and pick up stars of opportunity. In any event, we do not plan to maneuver per se to a deep space star align. At the most, we expect we would bias your current attitude to make sure we get the stars we want. Before you go to sleep, you might want to inhibit the FDA on DCOM 2 to prevent any share alerts occurring through the night. And the IMAX folks send their thanks back to John for the great report on the filming objectives that have been met so far, and also on the VTR dump that really is helping them plan the rest of their usage, and they appreciate your taking the time to give them all that detail.
Okay, we'll go ahead and inhibit the FDA and sort of wrap things up. We're just about, as you can see, we're just about done with the water dump. We're going to monitor that and shut it off. And it's been a pretty good day up here. We've had taken an awful lot of film, and we think we have some pretty good results. We'll be looking forward to sharing it with you when we get down.
Okay, Bob, we'll certainly be looking forward to that too. That's all we have for you tonight, so I'll say goodnight from Orbit 2. Planning shift will be here in a little while to tidy things up through the evening, and we'll talk to you again tomorrow afternoon. Have a good evening.
Good night, Kathy. Good night, Kathy. Good night, Kathy. Good night, Kathy.
Good night, guys.
This is Mission Control. That last exchange between crew and Kathy Sullivan were the final items for the workday for this crew. And each crew member told Kathy goodnight separately, reminiscent of the Waltons television program, I believe. The crew's official sleep time starts about 49 minutes from now, but Flight Director Chuck Shaw likes to try to give them a little extra time for relaxation since they've put in a long work day. The crew did some troubleshooting today on Share, doing power on and power off as required. And also, of course, the Chromex experiment appears to be going just fine. The temperature readings that we were getting on Flight Day 2 appeared to have been erroneous. And as near as everyone can tell, ground controllers and the crew on board Discovery, that experiment has not deviated from its proper temperature and is doing very well. Chicken egg experiment reports were called down by Bob Springer, and that experiment also seems to be doing well. The crew accomplished numerous IMAX photography targets today and some Earth observations as well. Flight Day 4 tomorrow will bring some more experiment operations, Chromex, protein crystal growth, chicken eggs experiment, and some further operations with the Share, the Space Station Heat Pipe Advanced Radiator experiment. This is a test bed experiment for development for the heat rejection radiators planned for Space Station. And although there have been some difficulties with this experiment so far, the investigators are analyzing their data and hope to have better success tomorrow on Flight Day 4. At mission elapsed time, 2 days, 7 hours, 11 minutes. This is Mission Control. This is Mission Control. We've lost signal through TDRS East, and we'll have data. We've officially signed off with the crew for this work day, and their sleep period begins officially in about 24 minutes. The Cryo Tank 3 seemed to be operating normally, and its heater A has been cycling off and on normally. So the flight control team is very happy with the performance of that system. At our final tag-up today with the crew, they gave several experiment reports, and Capcom discussed a few plans for workday number 4 tomorrow with the crew. That'll involve some more experiment work and also some troubleshooting type work with the Share experiment to see if we can get that powered on and get some good data from it. This is Mission Control. This is Mission Control. This announcement is for JSC local viewers only. The video feed to the Building 2 newsroom has been taken down for about the next 30 minutes, effective immediately. It should come back online about 10 after 5 Central Standard Time. Repeating our announcement, this is for JSC local viewing only. The video feed to Building 2 has been taken down for maintenance for the next 30 minutes. Should return to service about 10 after 5 Central Time. This is Mission Control. This is Mission Control at mission elapsed time 2 days, 8 hours, 8 minutes. Discovery is on the start of the descending node of Rev 38. Passing over the Pacific Ocean, somewhat to the west of Hawaii. It's very quiet in the flight control room now with Flight Day 3 activities over and the crew officially in their sleep period. Flight controllers are tying up any documentation, last-minute loose ends from their work day. And we're expecting the planning team of flight controllers to begin arriving about an hour from now. This is Mission Control.
This is Mission Control Houston at 7:40 p.m. Central Standard Time this evening. We'll be conducting a change of shift briefing with off-going Orbit 2 Flight Director Chuck Shaw. The flight controller handover from the Orbit 2 team to the overnight planning team has been completed. We'll wrap up some of the planning shift actions a little later on. But for the time being, the planning team is on console and in the early stages of planning messages for the crew in the morning. Orbit 2 Flight Director Chuck Shaw, again, will be available for a change of shift briefing at 7:40 p.m. Central Standard Time. It will be broadcast live on NASA Select Television emanating from the Building 2 briefing room here at the Johnson Space Center. NASA Select broadcast on SATCOM F2R will be interrupted in just a few short minutes as we hand control of the satellite broadcast link to the Kennedy Space Center for an Air Force television event. Shortly after that Air Force television event, scheduled roughly from 7:20 p.m. to 7:30 p.m. Central Standard Time, NASA Select will again originate from the Johnson Space Center, and the first event after which will be the change of shift briefing with Orbit 2 Flight Director Chuck Shaw. This is Mission Control. This is Mission Control Houston at mission elapsed time 2 days, 10 hours, and 33 minutes. Our next NASA Select television event will be a change of shift briefing with off-going Orbit 2 Flight Director Chuck Shaw. That event will be broadcast live on NASA Select SATCOM F2R, emanating from the Building 2 briefing room here at the Johnson Space Center. This is Mission Control Houston. Our next television event, a change of shift press briefing by off-going Orbit 2 Flight Director Chuck Shaw, scheduled to begin as we speak, will get underway shortly. Flight Director Shaw has left the control center and should be well in the vicinity of the Building 2 briefing room, and as soon as he's in place, we'll get that briefing underway. This is Mission Control. This is Mission Control, bringing you Earth from the cameras of the Space Shuttle Discovery as it orbits on orbit 39. The vehicle orbiting at an altitude of 167.5 nautical miles at this time. Current orbital apogee is 177.6 nautical miles. Current orbital perigee 162.6 nautical miles, with an orbital period of 1 hour, 30 minutes, and 58 seconds. Discovery now tracking over the Pacific Ocean. Just moving out of visual range of the North Mariana Islands in approximately 6 or 8 minutes. Barring any cloud cover and cooperation with KU band pointing, we may have an opportunity to look at the North Cook Islands. Experienced a short dropout in KU band signal. Back with a good, clean, strong signal from Discovery. Discovery's camera is under the control of our instrumentation and communication officer here in the flight control room while the crew sleeps. This is Mission Control Houston, continuing to bring you Earth views from the Space Shuttle Discovery as it orbits over the South Pacific Ocean. Discovery currently orbiting at 162.7 nautical miles. The crew asleep, having been put to bed at mission elapsed time 2 days, 8 hours, or approximately 3.5 hours ago. Not to be awakened yet for another 4.5 hours. Should be resting comfortably with a cabin temperature of 79.2 degrees Fahrenheit. Relatively low cabin humidity at 27.6%. Flight controllers beginning to act on the day's events and preparing all the necessary notes and procedures and communications for uplink to the crew before they wake. To look back briefly at the activities of Flight Day 3. start with the cryogenic hydrogen tank 3, which had been taken offline on flight day 1 after ascent when unexpected pressure spikes had been noticed in the cryogenic hydrogen tank and the adjacent manifold, and some intermittent heater operations. That tank was brought online today with a single heater operating in the automatic mode, and we saw pressure signatures in the heater operations that were consistent with those of previous Discovery missions, and particularly as relates to that specific cryogenic tank set. And pleased with that, we dropped heater A, brought up heater B, and confirmed that it's a healthy heater as well. So we continue to function with 3 healthy cryogenic tank sets, feeding cryoreactants to our 3 shuttle fuel cells. Based on the success of that effort, bringing that tank 3 back online, the Group B power down, which had been ordered as a precaution on flight day 2 to preserve our cryogenic reactants in order to preserve at least a 4-day mission, was canceled. Those systems, those non-essential systems on board, which had been powered down as a part of that order, were powered back up. It was a busy day for IMAX. To date, the crew has exposed 7 of the 14 film reels carried to orbit, shooting IMAX film of both terrestrial objects, atmospheric phenomena, and various targets of opportunity. We had a chance to look at some downlink television today of John Blaha and Jim Buckley changing film in the film bag, cleaning the IMAX camera, loading the camera with film magazines, and shooting film out the overhead windows of the orbiter. Another troubleshooting effort with the Chromex experiment served successful, responding to some unexpected high temperature readings on the Chromex experiment package. Yesterday, the flight crew was asked to take some independent temperature readings on various locations on the Chromex experiment package using small plastic temperature strips from the medical accessories kit. Those independent temperature readings proved to be well within the temperature range allowed for Chromex. Internal voltages were measured under load, and they checked out well also. So Chromex continues to run and offering continuous scientific return. Also on live downlink television, we had a chance to see mission specialist Jim Bajan checking the chicken eggs student experiment. All seems to be going well with the chicken eggs. And with that, the planning team is moving along with a few principal projects for the evening, probably the most significant of which is the replanning for the Cher heat pipe experiment, which did not have a banner day on flight day 2 or 3. Flight day 2, as you recall, the Cher heat pipe experiment was powered up, and in the first stages of power up, an over temperature reading was sensed, and the Cher heat pipe experiment automatically shut down. A plan B was prepared by the planning team last night, hypothesizing that vapor bubbles had been created in the fluid chambers of the Cher heat pipe experiment due to excessive cold in certain orbiter attitudes in conjunction with Teeter's deploy and with and with an IMU alignment maneuver. In essence, the ammonia, which is the fluid in the heat pipe experiment, contracted under the extreme cold, allowing contracting to a density that did not provide volume enough to fill the space in the heat pipe, creating vapor bubbles. There was a technique prepared during the planning shift last night to apply heaters to the system to protect this shear heat pipe while we were in a cold attitude during flight day 3, and again to precondition the heat pipe prior to startup. The heat pipe was started up on day 3 and operated for 20 some odd minutes before an overtemp was detected again, and shear was shut down. So, planning team members tonight pursuing Plan C for shear. Looking right now at some techniques for eliminating the vapor bubbles and initiating a morning data take based on the success of that morning attempt. An afternoon attempt would also be planned. So flight controllers working both a Plan C for the morning and a Plan C for the afternoon to derive some return from the shear heat pipe experiment. Flight controllers also looking at scheduling a number of IMAX photographic targets tomorrow. One of the first IMAX targets today on orbit 45 will consist of a landmark track maneuver, which provides for line of sight pointing by IMAX at a specific terrestrial target on the Earth, with the orbiter rolling slightly to maintain that direct line of sight as it orbits overhead. Also tonight, as we have just seen and will continue to see, live Earth views from Shuttle Discovery's payload bay engine, or payload bay color cameras. During the next 2 or 3 orbits, when we have daylight conditions coincident with KU band coverage, our instrumentation and communications officer will be taking live views, controlling the onboard closed circuit TV system. For the most part, those live Earth views will consist of Earth-looking views from the Himalaya foothills of India to the Indus River Basin in Pakistan, and further south and southeast through Thailand, Mindanao Island, South Philippines, and the Coral Sea. Currently 4 hours, 23 minutes away from crew wake-up at mission elapsed time 2 days and 16 hours. Also planned for the morning again a morning shear heat pipe test. Should that prove successful, they'll continue with an afternoon shear heat pipe test. There'll be continuations of the Chromax experiment and both of the student experiments. We do expect to see some live television tomorrow of the chicken embryo experiment. And we're looking at supporting the Amos folks on the island of Maui for some more Amos data taking on orbit 49. Just about to cross the terminator and pass out of daylight, the orbiter Discovery orbiting over the South Pacific at 165.3 nautical miles. At mission elapsed time 2 days, 11 hours and 38 minutes. This is Mission Control. This is Mission Control. Our next television event on NASA Select Television tonight will consist of a replay of the Shuttle TV television highlights of Flight Day 3. That replay is scheduled to begin in about 15 minutes at 8:50 p.m. Central Standard Time, and is expected to last about 35 minutes. This is Mission Control Houston at 2 days, 11 hours, and 55 minutes into the flight. Discovery tracking along on orbit 40, on the final leg of orbit 40, over the southern part of the South American continent. The previously announced replay of the day's television highlights, which was scheduled to occur now, has been postponed so that we can play that replay of the day's highlights in its entirety on our satellite release transponder, as we'll be bringing Earth views in on that transponder throughout the night as the crew sleeps. We're probably going to delay the replay of the day's events until about 10 o'clock p.m. Central Standard Time. We'll have firmer information and details later. Again, that previously scheduled replay of the Flight Day's television events at 8:50 has been postponed. This is Mission Control. This is Mission Control Houston at mission elapsed time 2 days, 12 hours, and 16 minutes. Expecting in a matter of 4 or 5 minutes some possible unscheduled shuttle television, which would consist of some Earth-looking views from the orbiter payload bay color television cameras. We should be crossing the terminator from dark to light here over the central part of the African continent in just a couple of minutes, and with some good KU band signal lock and lighting conditions, we stand to acquire 8 or 9 minutes of Earth views television before losing signal through the tracking and data relay satellite east. Then after the short transition from loss of signal through TDRS East and acquiring signal through TDRS West, we should have a chance to look at another 20 or 30 minutes of Earth views over Southeast Asia. Discovery currently orbiting at 178.7 nautical miles with an orbital period of 1 hour, 30 minutes, and 58 seconds. On the first leg of orbit 41. This is Mission Control. This is Mission Control. Again, bringing you Earth from the color cameras in the payload bay of the shuttle Discovery. Discovery orbiting with its payload bay towards the Earth, tail pointed to the south, as it will remain for the duration of the sleep shift. Currently tracking just south of Hong Kong in a southeasterly track on orbit 41. Discovery looking down at partially cloud-covered Earth from 172 nautical miles. This is Mission Control Houston at 2 days, 12 hours, and 56 minutes into shuttle mission STS-29. And Discovery now on descending node of orbit 41. We just got through looking at some live views emanating from Discovery's payload bay cameras, looking at the Earth below from 162 nautical miles in orbit, with the orbiter's payload bay towards the Earth and cameras looking across the tail northward up the globe. We've had a chance to see some very spectacular scenes. The orbiter will remain in that minus CLV nose south, tail north attitude for the duration of the sleep shift. Currently 3 hours and 2 minutes away from waking the crew of Discovery to start an active day of on-orbit operations for Flight Day 4. A flight day expected to be filled with efforts to activate the shear heat pipe experiment. Hopes are that some preconditioning using heaters cycled on and off, 30 seconds on, 30 seconds off for about 20 or 30 minutes will pave the way for a second shear test in the afternoon. Early on Flight Day 4 on Orbit 45, Crew Discovery will be executing a landmark tracking maneuver for purposes of shooting some IMAX film of a specific terrestrial target on the Earth as the orbiter passes overhead. There are plans for at least one other IMAX photographic target on Flight Day 4. And as flight controllers plan the details and prepare teleprinter messages for the crew, we're enjoying some intermittent views of the Earth from the Shuttle Discovery. Coming up in a few minutes, we hope to bring you the replay of Flight Day 3 television events, including scenes from on-board Discovery in orbit. The crew loading and cleaning the IMAX camera, pointing it out the window, checking the chromex and the student experiments, and some pre-recorded Earth views from the day. Discovery now approximately 14 minutes from passing from daylight into darkness, and even closer, about 11 minutes away from acquiring signal through the Tracking and Data Relay Satellite East. Controllers currently watching data from the vehicle through the Tracking and Data Relay Satellite West. Orbiter telemetry shows cabin temperature at a comfortable 79.2 degrees Fahrenheit and with a cabin humidity of 29.2%. Discovery's orbital apogee right now, 178.1 nautical miles. Perigee, 162.3 nautical miles, with an orbital period of 1 hour, 30 minutes, and 58 seconds. This is Mission Control. This is Mission Control. 2 minutes from now, our next television event on NASA Select TV, a replay of the Shuttle TV activities of Flight Day 3. This is Mission Control at mission elapsed time, 2 days, 13 hours, and 55 minutes. Our next television event is some possible unscheduled downlink shuttle television. More Earth views from the cameras of Shuttle Discovery's payload bays under the command of our instrumentation and communications officer here in the flight control room. Possible Orbit 42 land targets include the Indus River Basin in Pakistan, Central India, the Ganges River Delta of Bangladesh, and the Irrawaddy River Basin in central Burma, translating down through Thailand and the Mindanao Island of the South Philippines and through the Coral Sea. Again, these sites on the Earth's surface, pending cloud cover and good KU band coverage. Discovery continuing to orbit with its payload bay towards the Earth and its tail and cameras pointed north up the globe. Orbiting at an altitude of 177.9 nautical miles right now. Discovery currently at orbital apogee. Discovery's crew slumbering aboard the vehicle while we take advantage of the onboard CCTV system to have a look at our good Earth. This is Mission Control Houston. Currently looking at live television views from the Shuttle Discovery's payload bay cameras. Discovery on orbit 42, tracking over the South Philippine Islands. As we take advantage of the onboard closed-circuit television system to look back at the Earth, planning team flight controllers continuing to develop procedures and plans for a morning activation of the shear heat pipe experiment, and in the event that that would prove successful, a second run in the afternoon. Beyond that, the Flight Day 4 timeline is coming together nicely without a lot of change from the pre-mission planned flight timeline. A number of IMAX ground targets are being planned for, including a possible landmark track day to take on orbit 45. Various options are being considered and weighed against other attitude requirements and secondary payload requirements. The object of these efforts to boil down some final messages, procedural, timeline, and general reference messages to the crew prior to wake-up. Crew not scheduled to be awakened for another hour and 37 minutes. And as they sleep, our instrumentation and communications officer is commanding the onboard TV systems. Discovery orbiting at 163.5 nautical miles, very near orbital perigee of 162.4. Discovery with its payload bay pointing at the Earth, its tail and payload bay camera pointing across the tail towards the north. As Discovery begins its track along the descending node of orbit 42. And we'll continue to take live television from Discovery throughout the planning shift as long as daylight conditions and KU band coverage permit. At 2 days, 14 hours, and 24 minutes into shuttle mission STS-29, this is Mission Control. This is Mission Control. NASA Select now are originating again from the Johnson Space Center in Houston. We have lost our direct line of sight between the KU band antenna on the orbiter Discovery and the tracking and data relay satellite West. Those recent Earth views courtesy of our INCO officer commanding the onboard cameras of Discovery while the crew sleeps. This is Mission Control Houston. Mission elapsed time 2 days, 15 hours, and 3 minutes. Currently taking live views from the orbiter Discovery. Discovery currently under obscuration of night. looking at the ground for any possible lightning activity, thunderstorm activity along the continent of South America. The intermittent flashes on the lower left part of the screen were lightning flashes from thunderstorm activity over the central part of the South American continent. We've temporarily lost our line of sight with the between the KU band antenna and the tracking and data relay satellite. And we've got signal again. The lightning strikes quite obvious in the lower left-hand part of your television screen. Discovery moving towards the end of orbit 42, approaching the equator. Flight control team's instrumentation and communication officer commanding the onboard CCTV system. Discovery with another 14 minutes of darkness before crossing the terminator into daylight. This is Mission Control Houston, still looking at some nighttime Earth views from the orbiter Discovery. Notice on your television screen occasional flashes of light on the Earth's surface, or actually just above the Earth's surface, looking at some very distinct thunderstorm activity over the north central part of the South American continent. This is Mission Control. Our next mission event is wake up of the crew of Discovery. Now 43 minutes and 45 seconds away at 12:57 a.m. Central Time. Flight controller is currently reviewing a number of procedural and timeline messages to be teleprinted to the crew in the next 30 minutes or so. Messages including procedural plans for starting up the shear heat pipe experiment in the morning, and for depriming and then priming the heat pipe prior to startup. Messages also include times and cues for pointing the IMAX at targets on the Earth, such as the Teague Crater, the Great Barrier Reef, volcanoes in Indonesia, and an artistic Earth and Void shot. Two events originally planned for Flight Day 4 have been combined by the planning team overnight, and that will be included in the teleprinter message. A supply water dump originally scheduled for orbit 47, and an Amos RCS test scheduled for orbit 49 will be combined as a water dump / Amos data take rather than looking at an RCS test on orbit 49. Amos folks at Maui will have an opportunity to track an orbiter water dump on orbit 49, killing two birds with one stone. Flight controllers also planning a reconfiguration of the cryogenic reactant tanks. Plans are to turn off hydrogen tank 3 and hydrogen tank 1 and run with a single hydrogen tank 2, feeding all 3 fuel cells for 2 reasons. One, to isolate pressure signatures from tank 2 for the record, and to even out tank levels between cryo tanks 1, 2, and 3. will provide some comparison data between temperature and pressure signatures in between Tank 2 and Tank 3 for comparison on the ground and for further contributions to our flight-by-flight database. Again, flight controllers working diligently to review and approve the morning's mail to the crew, which should be on its way to the vehicle in fairly short order. Crew wake scheduled right now in 39 minutes. Two days, 15 hours, and 21 minutes into shuttle mission STS-29. This is Mission Control. This is Mission Control Houston at mission elapsed time 2 days, 15 hours, and 44 minutes. We're currently out of range of either tracking and data relay satellite, expecting to acquire signal again through tracking and data relay satellite west in about 4 minutes and 20 seconds. Shortly thereafter, about 15 minutes from now, we'll be waking the crew of Discovery, and about that same time, they'll be reading their morning mail. Their morning mail containing messages concerning some minor modifications to today's flight plan, including some reattempts at activating the shear heat pipe, a combination of an Amos data take with a water dump on orbit 49, a number of IMAX photography targets, including the Great Barrier Reef, Indonesian volcanoes, and Teague Crater. They'll also be learning of their Day 4 cryogenic reactant tank configuration. The plan is to take cryogenic hydrogen tank operations to single tank operations, turning off Tank 1 and 3 and operating from Tank 2. While Tank 1 and 3 are operating normally without any problems, the reason for going to a single tank operation is to isolate some pressure signature data from Tank 2 for comparison with Tank 3 and for the record, and to even out tank levels between Tanks 1, 2, and 3. A single reactant tank set can feed all three of the shuttle's fuel cells, so there is no impact on on-orbit operations or the shuttle's ability to provide power to all systems. Discovery now on orbit 43 and orbiting at an altitude of 167.3 nautical miles. Crew probably sleeping in. Cabin temperatures at last reading were 79.2 degrees Fahrenheit. Cabin humidity 29.6%. Very comfortable environment for crew sleep. Again, we expect to acquire signal through TDRS West in about a minute and a half, followed about 10 minutes thereafter by the crew wake-up call.
Everybody awake down there. This is Captain James T. No, hold on. I'm going to do this properly. Stardate 1989. This was Captain James T. Kirk of the Starship Enterprise on temporary assignment to the Space Shuttle Discovery. Here in space, shall I call it the final frontier, the Discovery crew is alert and awaiting your morning orders for its 5-day mission to perform new experiments, to seek out new information, to boldly go where no astronauts have gone before. That's fine for them, but can somebody help me find my ship? It's lost, and I've got to beam out of here. Keep up the good work, Houston. Kirk out.
Houston, tell Scotty to beam me up.
Good morning.
Good morning, guys. That was real good.
We just never have a Kevin TV running when you want it. The base is trying to figure what that last song is you played.
So are most people down here, actually. A whole bunch of people in Philadelphia were real happy to hear that, though.
All right.
Houston. Yeah, we're seeing good stars in your table, stars 104 and 19 in your table at this time. They should be good for about another 10 to 15 minutes. We'd like you to go ahead and align using those stars at this time. Please.
Okay, we'll go ahead and do the star line with 104 and 19. Houston, understand you've got the torquing angles and everything?
That's the affirmative.
This is Mission Control Houston. It appears that the crew of Discovery has beaten the flight control team and mission control to the punch. Houston gets woken up first today, courtesy of Star Trek's William Shatner and the crew of Discovery. Flight controllers scratching their heads, wondering how to respond to that. Crew not officially awakened for another 59 seconds. This is Mission Control Houston. Mission elapsed time 2 days, 16 hours, and 7 minutes. Rather interesting exchange this morning on the air-to-ground between crew Discovery, an onboard tape recording, downlinked to Mission Control, and the traditional wake-up call. Unfortunately, due to some audio technical difficulties here in the facilities, that air-to-ground a sequence of voice calls and wake-up music was not properly transmitted on NASA Select Audio or Mission Audio. In a nutshell, about 5 minutes prior to scheduled crew wake, unexpected downlink audio was received here in Houston from Discovery. opening with the theme from Star Trek and followed by a recording of what sounded very much like actor William Shatner's voice, congratulating flight controllers in Houston on the great job they do here in supporting shuttle missions and wayfaring astronauts. After a few minutes of scratching heads, flight controllers decided the best way to respond was to let loose with the planned morning's wake-up music, which was a medley of alma maters from the schools that this crew attended, including Anchors Away for the U.S. Naval Academy, Wild Blue Yonder for the United States Air Force Academy, and the Drexel Fight Song. Drexel University being mission specialist Jim Bajan's alma mater. We hope to correct our audio technical difficulties and prepare a tape recording of the morning's air-to-ground sequences and replay that at a later time. But for the meantime, the crew Discovery awake, settling in to read the morning mail, preparing some breakfast. Flight controllers busily preparing notes for the upcoming handover to the Orbit 1 shift, which will begin in about 55 minutes. And putting the final touches on a couple more teleprinter messages that have yet to be sent to the crew. Officially into Flight Day 4 at mission elapsed time 2 days, 16 hours, and 9 minutes. This is Mission Control.
Discovery Houston. Yeah, we're seeing good stars in your table, stars 104 and 19 in your table at this time. They should be good for about another 10 to 15 minutes. We'd like you to go ahead and align using those stars at this time, if you could, please. That's affirmative. Copy.
This is Mission Control. That was a quick look at the schedule of the day's events, that is, day's television events on Flight Day 4. Again, unfortunately, we experienced some internal audio technical problems this morning, and the crew wake-up at 12:57 was preceded by a unannounced recording emanating from the orbiter Discovery to the ground, beating flight controllers to the punch with the crew wake-up song this morning. The message from Discovery began with the opening of the theme to the popular television series Star Trek, followed by recording of William Shatner's voice, congratulating Houston flight controllers on the great work that they do here in supporting wayfaring astronauts. After some deliberation on the ground, flight controllers decided to respond with the originally planned crew wake-up music, which was a medley of alma mater fight songs and school songs. Anchors Away from the U.S. Naval Academy, Wild Blue Yonder for the U.S. Air Force Academy, and the University of Drexel Fight Song, Jim Bajan's alma mater, Drexel University. We are working on fixing our audio problems and promise to provide a audio-video replay of the voice calls around the wake-up sequences this morning later on today. This is Mission Control, downlink telemetry from the orbiter Discovery showing that the crew of Discovery is in the process of reconfiguring the cryogenic reactant tanks to the single tank operations plan for today. The procedure will involve powering tank 1 heaters A and B to off, cryogenic hydrogen tank 2 heater A to auto, heater B is already off, and powering Cryo H2 Tank 3 Heater B to off. Heater A is already off. The reason for single tank operations today is in order to isolate some pressure signatures in Tank 2 and the adjacent manifold for comparison with those signatures recorded in Tank 3 over the last day, and to record that data for posterity and for future database reference. And it will also help to even out the tank levels between cryo tank sets 1, 2, and 3. All three fuel cells can be fed simultaneously by a single cryogenic set of reactant tanks. Feeding three fuel cells with a single reactant tank is not unusual, and certainly does not impact or affect on-orbit shuttle operations. Once the orbiter's inertial measurement units are aligned this morning and the cryo tank reconfigurations are completed, the crew will set out on a well-plotted course for the day, provided by the flight controllers on the planning team here in Mission Control. They'll be looking for a number of IMAX photography targets today, including Teague Crater, Indonesian volcanoes, the Great Barrier Reef, and a special artistic IMAX shot of the Earth in void. An Amos RCS test scheduled for orbit 49 has been revised and combined with a previously scheduled supply water dump on orbit 47. What this means is that now on orbit 49, the folks out at the Maui station will have an opportunity for an Amos data take in conjunction with a water dump now rescheduled for orbit 49 in that time slot, thus killing two birds with one stone. We also expect today to see some live television of some student experiment activities involved with the chicken eggs experiment. I think we can expect more of those spectacular Earth views we've been watching for the last several days, and on the daylight passes during the planning shift. Crew's now been officially awakened for 27 minutes. Obviously, they've been awake for some time longer than that, as is evident by the MCC wake-up call provided by the crew this morning. All flight controllers reporting that orbiter systems are all continuing to perform nominally. There are no major or even minor concerns as far as orbiter systems in various disciplines. All guidance, data processing, propulsion, and environmental and life support systems functioning quite well. Still committed to a 5-day mission, landing on Saturday this week at Edwards Air Force Base. Discovery now on final leg of orbit 43, ascending towards the equator to begin orbit 44. Crew in their post-sleep activity period right now, 173.3 nautical miles above the Earth. already 30 minutes into flight day 4 of shuttle mission STS-29. At mission elapsed time 2 days, 16 hours, and 30 minutes. This is mission control. This is mission control. Our next television event of the day is a planned change of shift briefing by outgoing planning shift flight director Ron Dittemore. That briefing is currently scheduled at 3:30 a.m. Central Standard Time and would originate from the Building 2 briefing room here at the Johnson Space Center. If you have a specific interest in a change of shift briefing this morning, you should contact the news center at the Johnson Space Center and let your desires be known. In the event that little or no specific interest has been communicated in a post-shift briefing, that briefing will be canceled.
Discovery Houston. Yeah, we would like to only purge the fuel cells one at a time. So at this time, we'd like you to be purging fuel cell 1 and close the purge valves on 2 and 3, please. Discovery Houston, we're about 1 minute to handing over between teeters west and east.
Houston, Discovery.
Discovery Houston, go ahead.
Yeah, David, you go for the KU band antenna cable positioning?
Mike, we'll go for that at this time. Discovery Houston, I've got a switch throw for you on panel A14.
Go ahead.
Okay, we'd like to take the right pod heaters to A off and B auto, and that will enable the ground to complete the verification of the right pod B heaters.
And that's complete, Dave.
Okay, thanks, Mike. And just a note, during pre-sleep, we're going to ask you to go back to the A heaters, but we'll call you and give you a reminder before that.
Okay. Houston, Discovery, the cryo O2 tank heater sensor check is complete and was nominal.
Okay, John, thank you.
This is Mission Control. Our next television event on NASA Select TV is a planned change of shift briefing by outgoing planning shift flight director Ron Dittemore. That briefing is currently scheduled for 3:30 a.m. Central Standard Time from the Building 2 briefing room here at the Johnson Space Center. Those of you who may have a specific interest in a shift briefing should notify the newsroom at the Johnson Space Center as soon as possible. In the event that little or no interest is shown, that shift briefing will be canceled.
Discovery Houston.
Go ahead, Houston.
Yeah, just wanted to give you a couple words on your cryo configuration. First of all, yesterday when we were running on H2 Tank 3, both when we were on heater A and heater B, everything looked real good. The reason that we were switching over to H2 Tank 2 today is just to see if we can get similar pressure signatures using a different single tank to feed the 3 fuel cells.
All guidance, data processing, propulsion, and environmental life support systems functioning quite well. Still committed to a 5-day mission landing on Saturday this week at Edwards Air Force Base. Discovery now on final leg of orbit 43, ascending towards the equator to begin orbit 44. Crew in their post-sleep activity period right now. 173.3 nautical miles above the Earth. Already 30 minutes into flight day 4 of shuttle mission STS-29. At mission elapsed time 2 days, 16 hours, and 30 minutes. This is Mission Control. This is Mission Control. Our next television event of the day is a planned change of shift briefing by outgoing planning shift flight director Ron Dittemore. That briefing is currently scheduled at 3:30 a.m. Central Standard Time and would originate from the Building 2 briefing room here at the Johnson Space Center. If you have a specific interest in a change of shift briefing this morning, you should contact the News Center at the Johnson Space Center and let your desires be known. In the event that little or no specific interest has been communicated in a post-shift briefing, that briefing will be canceled.
Discovery Houston. Yeah, we would like to only purge the fuel cells one at a time. So at this time, we'd like you to be purging fuel cell 1 and close the purge valves on 2 and 3, please. Discovery Houston, we're about 1 minute to handing over between teeters west and east.
Houston, Discovery.
Discovery Houston, go ahead.
Yeah, David, are you going for the KU band antenna cable positioning?
Mike, we'll go for that at this time. Discovery Houston, I've got a switch throw for you on panel A14.
Go ahead.
Okay, we'd like to take the right pod heaters to A off and B auto, and that will enable the ground to complete the verification of the right pod B heaters.
And that's complete, Dave.
Okay, thanks, Mike. And just a note, during pre-sleep, we're going to ask you to go back to the A heaters, but we'll call you and give you a reminder before that.
Okay. Houston, Discovery, the cryo O2 tank heater sensor check is complete and was nominal.
Okay, John, thank you.
This is Mission Control. Our next television event on NASA Select TV is a planned change of shift briefing by outgoing planning shift flight director Ron Dittemore. That briefing is currently scheduled for 3:30 a.m. Central Standard Time from the Building 2 briefing room here at the Johnson Space Center. Those of you who may have a specific interest in a shift briefing should notify the newsroom at the Johnson Space Center as soon as possible. In the event that little or no interest is shown, that shift briefing will be canceled.
Discovery Houston.
Go ahead, Houston.
Yeah, just wanted to give you a couple words on your cryo configuration. First of all, yesterday when we were running on H2 Tank 3, both when we were on Heater A and Heater B, everything looked real good. The reason that we are switching over to H2 Tank 2 today is just to see if we can get similar pressure signatures using a different single tank to feed the 3 fuel cells.
Okay, we understand the intent.
Okay, also we're about 1 minute to Tidris East LOS. We'll see you on the west side at 1726.
Okay, Dave, see you there.
This is Mission Control Houston. Our next television event, which had been scheduled to be a change of shift briefing with outgoing planning flight director Ron Dittemore, has been canceled due to a lack of interest. Again, that change of shift briefing scheduled for 3:30 a.m. Central Standard Time emanating from our briefing room in Building 2 has been canceled. There will be no change of shift briefing.
Discovery Houston, back to Teeters West.
Here, line clear.
And you too.
This is Mission Control Houston at mission elapsed time 2 days, 17 hours, and 31 minutes. Flight controllers of the planning shift currently handing over to their Orbit 1 counterparts. Oncoming Flight Director Al Pennington and his control team getting up to speed on the flight plan for Flight Day 4. Crew already well underway with their post-sleep activities, including an IMU alignment and reconfiguration of the cryogenic reactant tank sets. Handover scheduled to last another 30 minutes before the planning team is dismissed. Again, the post-shift briefing previously scheduled for 3:30 a.m. Central Standard Time has been canceled.
Discovery Houston, we're just about to uplink a compensation to IMUs 1 and 2.
Discovery, roger.
Discovery Houston.
Go ahead, Houston.
Yeah, just want to let you know that at this time the planning team is going to be handing over to the Orbit 1 team with Pierre and Marcia. So we'll be talking to you tomorrow.
Okay, David. Thank you very much.
Roger that.
Discovery Houston, we're going to have an early handover to Teeters East in about 2 minutes. If we don't pick up immediately on the Teeters East, we have Mila at 1816 MET.
Okay, we'll see you there.
Discovery Houston, we're with you now on Teeters East.
And we've got you loud and clear. Discovery.
Go ahead, Discovery.
Yeah, Pierre, this is Jim. Are you done setting up any of the tags just right now? I'm slowing up to the train.
Let me check on that. Okay, Jim, you go for that. There should be about 20 messages in there, and the first message we sent is your message 24.
Okay, thank you.
This is Mission Control Houston at 2 days, 18 hours, 46 minutes mission elapsed time. Discovery on orbit 45 over Africa right now. About another 17 minutes in this Teeters East pass. All quiet aboard the orbiter Discovery as the crew goes through their early morning activities, exercise, breakfast, some switch throws, inertial measurement unit alignments, that kind of thing.
Okay, Pierre, the tray's empty, then there was none of them were doubled up this time. However, page 169 is only a part of a page.
Okay, Jim, we copy no doubled up, but page 169 was only half a page.
Yes, it appears as if actually like 2/3 of the page was printed on one page and then 1/3 on the other. It sounded like it was like half advanced, and then I feel it was in the right position or whatever when it started to image or something.
Okay, we copy.
That discussion is a reference to some of the pages being sent up this morning on the text and graphics system.
Discovery Houston, 2 minutes till LOS Teeters East. We'll have you UHF through IOS until 1858. and we'll pick you up on the west at 1903.
Okay, Pierre, we'll be looking.
It's Mission Control, Houston, loss of signal through Indian Ocean Station on this pass on Rev 45. Reacquisition in about 4.5 minutes. The Orbit 1 team has taken over from the planning team. During the handover, all systems were described as in excellent shape. No major anomalies being reported by any of the positions in Mission Control. The crew wake-up this morning involved something of a reversal of tradition. The crew decided to get up a bit early and wake up Mission Control. Their wake-up presentation included a downlink from Captain James T. Kirk, and due to some in-house problems, that was not adequately distributed on the NASA Select system for all our users to listen to and enjoy. We intend to put together a package for all of our listeners that will include both audio and video as it was at the moment that that event took place. That package is being put together right now here in Houston, and we hope to have that ready to go, racked up, and ready to play on NASA Select within the hour, and we'll advise you of the status of that. Currently, Discovery is in a 177 by 162 nautical mile orbit. Current altitude is 162.8 nautical miles. Period is 1 hour, 30 minutes, 59 seconds. There are a variety of Earth observations opportunities this morning, including dust storms in Africa, land use and vegetation in the Sahel, oceanic eddies, seamounts, solitons, desert landforms, granitic and volcanic plugs, Lake Rudolph, island wakes, coral reefs, the Senegal River Basin, the Mount Cameroon volcano, the Betsy Boca River Delta, and a variety of other features of the planet Earth as the crew orbits the planet. Also, a plan is underway for an attempt at reactivating the Share payload this morning. They've continued to experience problems with the flow of liquids through the system, and they're attempting to work through those and understand how that system is being affected and what they might do to correct it. And we will be going this morning through another attempt to recycle the system and see if we can't make it perform to everybody's hope and expectation. Otherwise, not much to report as the crew finishes up their post-sleep activities, breakfast, exercise, and normal housekeeping duties aboard the good ship Discovery. At 2 days, 19 hours, and 2 minutes, this is Mission Control, Houston.
Discovery Houston with you now through Tidris West.
Roger, loud and clear. And I have some IMAX notes for you.
Go ahead.
Okay, we did not get the Indonesian volcanoes. The weather was real bad. But we did get Alpha like NASA this morning. We got Sri Lanka, India. Both of those were good passes. We're now setting up to do the track maneuver here of the Teague crater. As you know, the Teague crater is a structure which consists of an uplifted core of older granite. It's 10 kilometers in diameter. And it's surrounded by a ring of 20 kilometers of younger sediments. Here we're in Western Australia. And we're near the terminator, but we hope we can get the shot.
Okay, John, we got all that, and we got some good TV downlink. Looks a real pretty day.
And Pierre, you can take the flight deck camera too if you'd like.
Okay, thanks, Mike. We'll pass that to INCO, but we like what we see right now.
Roger.
Unless there's something we should see on the flight deck. We thought maybe we should take the cabin to see where Captain Kirk is working. Okay, Mike, we're looking through the cabin flight deck camera.
Roger. And what we're doing, of course, is a landmark track maneuver, tracking a point on the ground and pitching over it in order to put the overhead window right at it to film it with the IMAX. And we have to go vernier jets as we get close and start filming so we don't vibrate the camera too much. It's a real nice maneuver that the orbiter is able to do if you type it in correctly, but it sure uses a lot of prop.
I understand.
This is Mission Control Houston. We've just concluded viewing some downlink from Discovery of Australia as it came passing by beneath the spacecraft. And now we're resuming. This view from the interior of Discovery.
For the IMAX folks, we got peak crater pretty good. It was a good pass.
Okay, John, thanks. We'll pass that to him.
Okay, it looked real nice from here. I don't know what it looked like to y'all.
I think we may have been on the payload bay or the in-cabin cameras when you guys did that.
Okay.
Yeah, we saw the coast of Australia, but then we were in blockage for about a minute and a half, so we actually missed the pass. And Discovery, we got good TV now on the flight deck.
Okay. So you can see it gets a little crowded up here with all five of us, but it's the best way to take pictures.
Looks real cozy. Discovery Houston, we're looking through one of the payload bay cameras and looks like we're seeing some lightning on the ground.
Yeah, we're sitting here looking at it too. It's really spectacular.
This is Mission Control Houston. This is what a lightning storm looks like from an altitude of 169.5 nautical miles as Discovery is now passing over the east coast of Australia, well north of Sydney. Yesterday about this time, as Discovery was crossing the island continent, the crew noted thunderstorms over the area of Brisbane, and on the next rev attempted to downlink some of those same views to us here on the ground. And that attempt was not nearly so spectacular as this one.
Discovery Houston, we're in KU blockage now. We'll be in that for the rest of the Western Pass. And INCO left all your TVs in the configuration they were in.
Okay, thanks. Houston Discovery.
Go ahead, Mike.
Okay, Peter, we're trying to understand exactly how we want to do this share startup test. We're going to have to maneuver back nose forward here with Omicron 180, and I guess do that pretty soon. Exactly what point do you want to do this plus X maneuver to prime this thing and timeline? Well, it shows about 20 hours in here. Is that what you're thinking, or does it make a whole lot of difference?
Okay, it does make a difference, and we're checking.
This is Mission Control Houston at 2 days, 19 hours, 34 minutes mission elapsed time. We're about midway through this pass on the Western satellite, and our next television event will be a replay of the television we took during the opening phases of this pass. These were some views from Discovery, both payload bay cameras and cabin cameras, as the vehicle passed over Australia and assumed a landmark track, as it's called by the IMAX folks, for their view of the Teague crater in Australia. We hope to begin that replay in about 2 minutes at 4:35 a.m. Central Standard Time. We also hope to follow that up shortly with a replay of the wake-up music activities this morning, including a little event staged by the crew and an event called Wake Up Music as staged by Mission Control.
Discovery Houston, first off, we'd like to change your Omicron right now for the current track attitude you're in, and that'll help us with the VIP voice call checks we're going to have later on. We'd like you to change your Omicron to 220. And then, Mike, for your other question, if I understood it right, yes, you want to perform your plus X translation at the time specified in your flight plan, which is 2 days, 20 hours, 17 minutes, and that's step 5 of the shared D-prime test.
Okay, say again, the Omicron you want right now, is that 20 or 220?
220, it looks like you got it in there.
Okay, 220.
That's firm.
Okay, and you want the, now for the shared test, we have to go to 180 again, right? And you want to be there by 20 hours and 17 minutes so we can do the plus X translation, right?
Stand by one. Okay, Mike, we're discussing this down here. It's a question of whether we have to be at 180 for the share burn, and we're talking about it. We'll get back in a minute. Discovery Houston with you now through the East Tidris. We lost you for a while due to an early handover. We're sorry about that.
Yeah, we saw that there. So our plan is to start this maneuver to 180 nose forward here at 20 hours, if you concur, and then we'll do the plus X at 17 minutes.
Stand by one. Okay, Mike, since we sent you that message, we've thought about it a little more, and we think you can do the entire thing at 220 Omicron. We've talked to the payload folks, and they're happy with that, and that'll ensure us our K-band, good K-band for our VIP voice checks and for the VIP call later in the day. So you can just press on and just stay at 220 Omicron.
Okay, that sounds good. We'll just stay right here.
This is Mission Control Houston, 2 days, 19 hours, 58 minutes, mission elapsed time, Discovery over the Atlantic Ocean, about halfway between Florida and Bermuda. We have just concluded a replay of some video we took earlier on this pass around the world, some video that came to us from over Australia. We're going to follow that up at 5 a.m. Central Standard Time in about 4 minutes with a replay of this morning's wake-up music, both that which came down from the Discovery and that which followed going back up from Mission Control. We apologize for some internal technical difficulties while that event was taking place. We were not able to get it out on NASA Select real time, and we're trying to make up for that error now by running a replay, both of the audio and video, which fell out of the sky at that point. This is Mission Control Houston.
Go ahead, Discovery.
Okay, Pierre, we're going to hold off changing to the A7 DAP until just a couple minutes before this plus X maneuver here. Save a little bit of gas.
Okay, I'm sure the props will appreciate that.
Yeah, we want to get nervous, though.
And they've been flinching a little bit already today.
Yeah, me too. Tell them we're getting free tickets to
behind his head. Thanks.
Special Control Houston, that interchange between Capcom Pierre Thuet and Commander Mike Coates has to do with the traditional desire of propulsion systems officers to protect all the gas they can in the front and back ends of the orbiter, and the equally strong desire of commanders to roll, pitch, and yaw their vehicles and fly. And there's been a lot of usage of prop to support the IMAX tracking and landmark maneuvers that we've been doing on this mission, which is something that was pre-planned and expected. Coates said he'd be glad to give the prop officer free tickets to the movie that will premiere about a year from now based on the footage that they're shooting on this flight. Meanwhile, we're standing by to begin a replay of this morning's wake-up music. And that should come momentarily. This is Mission Control Houston. That concludes a replay of this morning's wake-up events. That took place at a mission elapsed time of 2 days, 16 hours even. We're now back with you live at 2 days, 20 hours, 7 minutes, and 41 seconds. And this is Mission Control Houston.
Go ahead, Mike.
Yeah, Chelsea, just fire that time.
That's firm.
We didn't feel a thing. Okay, we didn't feel a thing here.
We saw it.
Okay, we'll stand by for your call on the heater.
Okay. Go ahead. Yeah, we wanted to tell you that's the first newspaper that's been sent to an American spacecraft.
It's a good thing it's you doing it here, because it was David. I was expecting he would send me up the Wall Street Journal.
Now we understand the other pages, that's an advanced copy. That issue doesn't even come out tomorrow. When we get the rest of it, we'll try to get you the rest of the paper out.
Okay, thanks a lot.
Our pleasure.
This is Mission Control Houston, 2 days, 20 hours, 23 minutes mission elapsed time. About another 17 minutes remaining in this pass through the eastern satellite. Just heard from the crew. They were going through the tags messages that they've gotten most recently. Tags, of course, the text and graphics system. The crew was thanking Mission Control for sending up a advanced copy of the front page of tomorrow's Space News Roundup. The Roundup is the employee newspaper of the Johnson Space Center, and it's been published on a regular basis since 1961.
Discovery Houston will be LOS Tidris East in about a minute and a half. We'll still have you on IOS until 2035. Then we'll pick you up Tidris West at 2041.
Okay, we'll wait.
This is Mission Control Houston. We have acquisition through Tidris West.
Discovery Houston with you now through Tidris West.
Roger, Pierre, reach you loud and clear.
Discovery Houston, you'll be go to continue with the share step 2, which is the power up at 47 minutes MET. That's 2047 MET. And we have one addition before you go throw the heater switch. You'll have to go on panel L12, circuit breaker 2 to close to enable that heater.
Okay, we copy.
Discovery Houston, another note on share. This is in the event that after heater power up, we see that the evaporator dry out is occurring again. We'll want you to turn heater 3 off again. substitute sequence I'm going to read you in a second here for the remainder of the test. How you copy so far?
Okay, if when we turn heater 3 on, it starts to draw, and you see that, you're going to have to turn it off immediately.
Yeah, that's good copy. Then we'll probably change our attitude from plus XLV to minus ZLV at approximately MET of 3 days, 3 hours and 30 seconds. So we'll give you a call to begin heater cycling, and here's what we want you to do. It'll be turn heater number 3 on. After 30 seconds, turn heater number 3 off. And standby 1.
Okay, well, I'm going to turn heater 3 on at this time through your original call on my mod.
Okay, that's good. Okay, Jim, the rest of it is, and this is all the contingency, of course, these steps I'm reading you now. After 30 seconds, turn heater number 3 off. Then after 60 seconds, turns heater 3 on for 30 seconds. And then repeat the 30 seconds on, then 60 seconds off, then 30 seconds on for 30 minutes, that cycle. So to summarize that, it's heater 3 on for 30 seconds, off for 60, then back on for 30, off for 60, and just keep running that until you've accumulated 30 minutes.
Okay, so I get the drift of that is 30 seconds on, and then 60 seconds off, 30 seconds back on. You want me to run that for 30 minutes, is that correct?
That's firm, and then after your last off cycle, turn heater number 3 on and leave it on for the remainder of the test. After 2 orbits of heater number 3 on, then we'll turn heater 3 off.
Okay, and all of that was contingent on you seeing heater number 3 drying out the share, is that correct?
That's affirmed. We'll give you a call if we see that and a call to use that procedure. And one addition also is on that circuit breaker we told you to push in at the end of your message 41 after you've completed the last heater 3 cycle. We'll need you to pull that circuit breaker again. So it's you can add that to step 5 of message 41.
Okay.
Discover Houston, we're just about ready to perform the VIP phone call checks. We'd like to take the mid-deck camera if we could.
Okay. Yeah, one point of clarification. Should we have to power heater 3 off and go through this cyclic procedure? The attitude you told us to go to was minus CLD, which we're in. But what was the Omicron you wanted with that?
Stand by 1. Okay, Jim, I may have misspoke when I told you that. There's not going to be any maneuver associated with that. After we do the water dump test, we have a maneuver for the water dump test. That's when we'll perform these procedures. So we'll just wait till after that test if we have this contingency occur. Discover Houston, we have an excellent TV picture from you. White House Communications is on the line. Are you ready for the VIP phone call test?
Stand by a second. Okay, Pierre, go ahead.
Okay, Discovery, we're all set up and ready. White House Communications, this is Houston. Please go ahead with your call to Discovery.
Discovery, this is White House Communications. Please report on my voice quality.
This is Discovery. We can read you. Just a slight blur in your voice right now.
Thank you, Discovery. Your voice quality is loud and clear.
Roger. Thank you much.
Stand by for the surrogate president. Good morning, Discovery. This is the surrogate President.
Good morning, sir. How do you read us?
I read you loud and clear. I'm pleased to be able to do this voice check with you. Can you hear me all right?
We can hear you. It's coming in just a slight blur in your voice as you're coming in, but we can understand.
Okay, I have you the same. At this point, I say goodbye.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thanks.
Discovery up.
Discovery Houston, that completes the voice check.
Okay, Pierre, they're coming in just a little bit blurred, a little more blurred than usual.
Was it an echo or just was difficult to hear?
No, just a little blur. I'm not, I don't think we'll have any problem.
Okay, I understand.
I hope.
Okay, Mike, and thanks for the mid-deck camera there. We're going to turn it off now.
All right. Tuesday's going.
Go ahead, Mike.
Yeah, Pierre, was that a good picture you were receiving on the mid-deck?
Yeah, that was a great picture. Maybe we could see really well what you guys are doing.
Okay, well, we'll just leave it on down here instead of putting it in command. We thought maybe you could play with it if it wasn't a good picture, but it's always good. We'll just leave it this way.
Yeah, the color was real good and the clarity was excellent, particularly when you were close to the sleeping bags.
Yeah, okay.
Discovery Houston, for Jim, we show dry out. Jim the Marine, we'd like you to turn the heater off, please.
Okay, coming off now. Okay, unit 3 is off, and I will stand by to, do the heater cycling on your call.
Okay, Jim, it'll be quite a while before we're ready for that. We'll give you a call.
Okay.
This is Mission Control Houston, 2 days, 21 hours, 8 minutes mission elapsed time. We've just concluded a voice check with the crew of Discovery and a television check. In preparation for our next television event, a presidential phone call to the crew on orbit 47. We expect that to take place just after acquisition of signal through TDRS West, and that'll be about 7:14 a.m. Central Standard Time.
Discovery Houston, if you check your tags bin, we've got some satellite photos we just shipped up to you for your upcoming IMAX passes.
Okay, Bob will go pick those up. Houston Discovery.
Go ahead.
Yeah, Pierre, we got 11 good sheets on the tags, including the satellite photography you set up.
Okay, thanks, man. Discovery Houston.
Houston Discovery, go ahead.
Yeah, I got a note for you on your DTO 330, the water dump you're going to do over Hawaii. All of Tank B and part of Tank A will be dumped. No FDA changes are required for the tank quantity limits. We'd like you to have when you work the procedure in the orbit ops, to have the supply water dump valve enable nozzle heater switch to on at about 18 minutes past the hour. That'll ensure that the temperatures are up for when you start your dump. We've got a slight change in the time to start the dump, and we'd like you to open the dump valve at 3 days, 0 hours, 24 minutes, and 33 seconds. And this is just slightly based on, slight change just based on the burn you did and some tracking we got. And then we'd like you to keep the valve open for 10 minutes and then terminate the dump per step 3 of the orbit ops checklist.
Okay, understand we'll bump forward tank B and funnel A. We'll need to change the FTA limits. And we'll turn the oscillators on at 18 minutes after the hour. We'll start them up at 30:24:33 and leave it up for 10 minutes.
That's a good copy, but the only FTA you do not have to change is the tank quantity. I believe it's let me see here, it's the heater supply nozzle temps. You'll have to change the FTAs for those.
Right, okay, understand.
Okay, one other thing, we're about 2 minutes to LOS Tigris East. We'll pick you up on the west at 2217. We should be all set to go for your VIP phone call, and we'll assume that you all will be assembled on the mid-deck, ready to go about that time.
Okay, we'll be ready.
Okay, we'll see you then.
Got it.
This is Mission Control Houston at 2 days, 22 hours, 10 minutes mission elapsed time. Loss of signal through the eastern satellite of the Tracking and Data Relay Network. We are also standing by when we come up on the western satellite to begin our next television event, Orbit 47, the phone call from President Bush to the crew of Discovery. We expect to acquire over Tigris West about 7:14 a.m. Central Standard Time, and would expect the event to begin approximately 2 or 3 minutes later as we make sure all the TV feeds are in good order. So we believe that event will begin at about 7:17 a.m. Central Standard Time. And again, that's right as we acquire through Tigris West. This is Mission Control.
Discovery Houston with you now through Tigris West.
Houston Discovery, how do you read?
Discovery Houston, we got you loud and clear, and we got a good TV, and we'll let you know when we're ready.
Okay, we're ready.
Discovery Houston, we're setting everything up. We should be ready to go in about a minute.
All right.
Discovery Houston, looks like about another 3 minutes.
Okay, good.
Discovery Houston, we have good TV, and White House status is ready. Are you ready to go?
Discovery ready.
White House Communications, this is Mission Control in Houston. Go ahead with your call to Discovery.
Discovery, this is the White House. Can you hear me, sir?
White House, this is Discovery. We read you loud and clear.
Yes, sir. Please stand by. The next voice you will hear will be the President.
Gotcha.
Go ahead, Mr. President.
Hello.
Commander Cook?
Good morning, Mr. President.
Commander, how are you, sir? We just called up to congratulate you and your crew on the Space Shuttle Discovery. Sitting next to me is our Vice President, who's now head of the Space Council, and who incidentally will be down in Houston in just about 2 weeks. But what I really wanted to do is congratulate you and then hear about how things are going. We're certainly proud of the mission.
Thank you very much, sir. We have a very fine orbiter and a very fine crew here, and an awful lot of people on the ground have worked very hard to get this flight off, the first one of your presidency and the first one of very many to come.
Well, it's certainly wonderful. Looks to me like you made that crew clean up. I'm watching you. I can see you sitting here in the Oval Office. Amazing technology. And there are 5 of you sitting there and looking pretty clean and pretty fresh. How's everyone feeling on the flight?
Well, we're all feeling very well, Mr. President. It's been an exciting time. Of course, 3 of us on the flight are rookies in space, and I think the cleanliness and the smiles you see are just a reflection of the fun that goes along with the hard work. We're doing an awful lot of good things, but we're really enjoying what we're doing.
Well, we are following it carefully and glad that the Tigris mission there. And how's the camera? How's that IMAX camera going to be?
The IMAX camera has been working out really well, sir. In fact, we're getting a lot of great films that will help show a lot of people around the world how fragile the planet Earth is in this big vastness of space, and maybe help everybody work to improve that.
Well, it's a good focus, and there's so much interest today on the global environment, and I think a lot of people will see just from your important mission the contribution that space exploration can make to the world's environment. So we're very grateful on that. A couple more questions about that. I was interested because of the history of this, about the student experiments and how that was going.
Mr. President, the student experiments are going very well. Both of them are very well thought out by everyone, and they've been going just as we expected. Coach Apple and myself are looking at those two experiments, and the data is looking very good, and I think the students will have a lot of good information to get out when we get back.
Well, it's an inspiration to the Americans, I'll tell you, to all of us, today's pioneers, and we're seeing you right now, pointing the way for the young Americans to build our nation's future. Listen, all of you down there at NASA, I heard what Mike said, and let me just, while we're on the air to space, let me simply say to everyone at NASA that you have our strong support. I know I speak for the Vice President. The space program, especially Space Station Freedom, is an investment in our future. We're living in tough budgetary times, but I am determined to go forward with a strong, active space program, and I want to congratulate you, Commander Coates, and all of them for this wonderful, wonderful mission. We look forward to your safe return, and I think it's wonderful that two Marines can get along with a guy from the Navy and the Air Force and the civilian. That shows a broad-minded approach to life in space. Did you read that?
Yes, sir, we did. Obviously, the Marines can get along with the other services, but just in case we have them outnumbered, there's two of us on board.
I got the message. Sorry to start it going up there, but listen, congratulations. Congratulations to you, and best wishes, and you've been an inspiration to all of us. So long, and God bless.
Thank you, Mr. President. Give our regards to Mrs. Bush. Tell her we're flying something for the new First Lady.
Oh, yeah, she'll be thrilled. Well, you better come up here and give it to her personally.
That would be nice, sir.
You're in. You're invited right as of now. So when you get back, why, head this way. Over and out.
Yes, sir. Have a good day.
Discovery Houston, we've terminated your TV downlink, and we'll have some words on your chicken egg downlink in a little while.
Okay, Pierre, we'll be standing by.
Discovery Houston, it looks like due to availability of the PI, we're going to delay at least 30 minutes the chicken eggs TV downlink.
Okay, Pierre, we'll be ready when you are.
And super job on the conference there. Looked real good down here.
Good. Houston from Discovery.
Go ahead, John.
Yes, that last pass that we just had through Africa, we certainly got a lot of excellent photography because we had a lot of clear weather through South Central Africa, and it was, I think, very good. Also, we even retook another one of the Betsy Boca Delta in the ZOV mode that we think probably may even be better than the track mode. And we now still have 3 outside rolls of film and 400 feet remaining on the one outside film that's in the camera right now.
Okay, John, we copy 3 rolls of outside and 400 feet on the outside you got in the camera right now.
That's right, we're looking good.
Hey, John, thanks for the report.
It's Mission Control Houston, 2 days, 22 hours, 34 minutes mission elapsed time. Our next television event will be a replay of the Orbit 47 phone call from President Bush. We will replay that to our satellite users at 7:35 a.m. Central Standard Time, or a mission elapsed time of 2 days, 22 hours, 38 minutes. This is Mission Control.
Discovery Houston, we have a switch check for you on panel A7L.
Okay, go ahead.
I'd like you to check that the MADS strange gauge PCM switch is in PCM enable. We show the temps rising there.
Okay, it was on, and it's now in PCM enable.
Okay, thanks. That's what we wanted.